खिलाड़ी को उन्होंने नॉक किया, शुरुआत उन्होंने कर दी, एक और प्लेयर को डाउन करेंगे, क्या एक और क्लच कर सकते हैं? जी हाँ, उन्होंने 3 प्लेयर्स को डाउन कर दिया। इस बार वो कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि ज्यादा प्लेयर को, और अब एक आखिरी प्लेयर बचा हुआ है, डेड प्लेयर। पर अभी तक वो डाउन नहीं हुए, उन्होंने कारनामा करके दिखाया। बाबा को भी वहाँ पे टेक डाउन करने में कामयाब हो चुके हैं। ये स्प्रे क्लोज हो सकता है, कनेक्शन बना, नॉक बना, सेम तीसरा ये नॉक यहाँ पे निकालने में कामयाब हो गए।
With Group D having played half of their matches in the grind, they have given us a taste of what the teams that are invited to the grind are capable of. But now begins the journey of a different group. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to day number 3 of BGIS 2026, the grind. My name is Super Johnny. Joining me on the desk right now, it is going to be none other than our boy Salty. And Salty, it's been an exciting start to the journey of the grind. These last 2 days have been very intense.
Absolutely. I think we've had the best start to BGIS, the grind, in the last 3 iterations whatsoever. Now what happens is, how does these new teams keep the momentum up? Because we've got some big names coming in today.
Oh, for sure. And of course, amongst those big names are some of the biggest names inside of the BGMI community, and I can't wait to see what these lads are capable of. But for all the viewers tuning in today, because they are tuning in to watch their favorite teams right now, let's give them a recap of what happened with the teams from Group D. Of course, a few teams living up to the expectations, living up to the hype. Teams like Phoenix Esports, Somraj building a new roster in Phoenix right now, doing extremely well, finishing on the 2nd position in the overall leaderboard, surpassed by a surprising name, Los Hermanos, who managed to do extremely well for themselves. But they weren't the only surprising team that we saw. On day number 2, we saw exceptional performance from teams like Rivalry Esports, from teams like Esports Social and Bodami Esports as well.
Absolutely. I mean, I'm pretty sure a fraction of our audience is actually going to be F1 enthusiasts as well. LHS and Phoenix Esports and their run, it kind of reminded me of Red Bull and Mercedes just competing for the number 1 and number 2 spots all the time. They were behind each other, chasing each other's back. So I kind of felt like Phoenix Esports and LHS, especially with all the chicken dinners, they've kind of set up and given the other teams a little bit of a benchmark, a little bit of a blueprint of how to play in.
Exactly, as I said. I mean, as you said as well, they have given us an idea of what these teams can pull off. But Group C is going to be a little bit more experienced than that. But before we move forward with the conversation of Group C, these are the highlights of how things went down yesterday. And of course, teams from Group D were very impressive. We keep talking about Phoenix Esports and this player, this young athlete, Viper. We saw him last year, I believe, come into his best form when he was playing. He started off his journey with CG and then moved to a couple of different rosters, and now in Phoenix Esports doing very well. Los Hermanos, as we were talking about them, the dynamic duo, the deadly duo of Altu and Dope, they seemed unstoppable.
They certainly did, but I want to make a special mention for Shogun as well. I think this man has improved drastically over the past couple of years. We saw him be in the champion-winning roster of Gladiators back in 2023. But after that, I think this has been his best performance so far. Esports Social, you've got to give a special mention to them as well. I feel like the rise that we saw from this team was unprecedented. But then 100 points touched out of 12 games that they've played, that was exceptional.
Yeah, Wanted as well from Esports Social, extremely well-known player in the scene. Rivalry Esports, we talk about them. This was a surprising name. We spoke about Arklin as to him getting the playtime that he so rightfully deserved for the first time in this grind 2026. And of course, surrounded by iShot and the other lads, he has done quite well for himself. But it wasn't just Rivalry, it wasn't just Esports Social. Bodami Esports on day number 2 of this BGIS The Grind had an impressive comeback that no one expected. Day 1 wasn't the greatest for them, but day number 2 was a completely different story.
It certainly was. And talking about days, we also saw Team Alpha again just showing their domination on the map of Miramar. Talking about the players, ladies and gentlemen, the top 5 players from Group D, you've got Viper with 30 finishes. That is a lot. Altu, Sukuna, Ghost and Ayush, I think these are the names that you've got to be watching out for when these teams come back to play once again. But you've got the standard set. 2 days you play, 30 finishes is what we want to see, getting surpassed by a couple of these names. namely Trace God, to be honest. I've got high expectations from this lad.
I think everyone has high expectations from Trace God, especially considering the roster now, as it is said, that is built around him. But amongst these players, the players on our screens, I think a special mention to Ayush, because just 13 knocks secured, but 22 finishes converted. I think a key factor for Ivory Esports was to pump up those finish numbers, because their survival instincts looked well sorted. But now talking about Group C, finally, we have a lot of intense matches, a lot of intense teams over here. We have GLITCHREBORN, Gods for a Reason, Team Altitude, Eggy Gaming, Oishani Esports, Jux Esports, 4Wolf DOD, Aura Esports, Vasista, Revenant Xspark, Medal, Troy Tamilan, FS, Learn from Past, the defending organization of the crown of BGIS, Team Versatile, and of course, Rider Esports.
So many names to watch out for, Johnny. I mean, I can't really predict which team is going to come out on top because there's a lot of new look teams. You mentioned about Versatile. Of course, this is the organization which lifted the trophy in 2025. But then when you look at the names who are playing in for this roster, it's completely different. The same can be said for something like a GXR. We've actually seen them reach the finals of BGIS 2023. But then this roster has one of the OGs. Avi OG, in fact, is playing in from GXR. So that is going to be an honorable mention. I think that man needs to prove a lot.
He does, definitely, because when we saw him in the 2025 season, there were expectations. Akshat was there playing with him at that time, but they really weren't able to deliver. This time, hopefully, things are going to be different. Of course, things are different for sure, because they're going to start off on Rondo. We have the schedule. It's Rondo, 3 Wrangles, and then the last 2 maps of the day are going to be those 2 Miramars that are, well, favored by those professional players, those veterans of the scene, but that Rondo becomes extremely unpredictable map. We saw this within Group D itself. If you do well on Rondo, you can hold on to that first position on the overall leaderboard until the end of the day.
You know, now the lobby is kind of mixed up in a way where I personally feel there are going to be certain teams who are experienced on the map of Rondo. But then there are certain names who I doubt they've actually had any competitive experience playing on the map of Rondo as well. So now that becomes a very big question mark whether or not these teams are going to be able to adapt, because certainly the strategies are completely different. We've seen teams take up that 3-1 formation where one player just goes to the recall towers, 3 players just go in for those bang-on fights, versus a little bit of a setup from LHS and Phoenix who just like to take things calm and easy and just try to take up a consistent note.
I mean, it is going to be interesting to see what the teams from Group C do, because as you said, I think Group D put it on display yesterday and the day before yesterday. But those strategies, they were watched by everyone else, and everyone is going to be seeing as to what they can do different to make their performance a little bit better from what the teams from Group D delivered. But at the start of the day, we put in our predictions, and there they are on the screen. Ankybot going for Jux Esports, Spero, and Ravan picking Vasista Esports, and then everyone else going for Revenant Xspark.
Engineer, I see you and myself, everyone just rooting for Revenant Xspark. I just hope a similar storyline does not occur what just happened with Meta Ninja, you know. I think
why isn't Spero picking Revenant Xspark?
He fears that it might actually jinx it.
Shouldn't you be the one afraid of that happening?
So I'm not afraid of it. I might even jinx my own team. I don't even care right now at this point, to be honest. But the most surprising pick out of the lot has to be Anki's Jux Esports, because one important thing that we saw from this roster is that they haven't changed at all. We still remember Amazing and his amazing display instead of 2025 BGIS. And I just hope that Jux Esports, since they're sticking together for such a long time, they've actually improved henceforth.
I mean, we can hope for that, right? But Jux Esports, again, it's a team, it's a name and a team that's quite memorable because Nico has been there for a long time. But again, it's not like we've seen them consistently make it beyond the semi-finals. They get to the later stages of BGIS, they get to the later stages of those officials, but they haven't really succeeded in making a mark in that massive LAN finals yet. Hopefully this time is going to be different.
Absolutely. I mean, I'm hoping for a lot of different things. One team that has actually had massive changes has to be Vasista Esports. 2 of our casters have actually picked them up as well. Massive roster shifting. Hector trying to prove whether or not that is going to happen. We'll get to know on this map of Rondo. Are you excited?
I am excited. I think let's just begin the action. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to kick off the journey for Group C in the grind of BGIS 2026. This is going to be the first rondo played by these 16 teams. And luckily for them, unlike Group D, they get a single flight path on this map.
Oh, now that is... I'm not really sure what to think of it. I definitely want to understand from the pros on how does a single flight path versus two double flight paths just make a difference for their competitive experience. But for now, of course, we do get to see that it is a single flight path which goes in from Longho to somewhere near Hemai town. Now, this means you can cover the entirety of the map, which is huge, by the way. It is huge, but it doesn't really matter because teams are going to drop in on those hotspots, trying to target those early finish points and hopefully get some early birds in their pocket as well.
I mean, that's what everyone is going to be hoping for, but let's see how things turn out in this game. Of course, we are going to be keeping our eye out to see how these strategies formulate and build up from here on out, because as you were mentioning, Salty, that 1-3 split is a default, but yesterday we saw those 2-2 splits also coming into play where teams were just trying to pick a fight 2v4 the entire time, while the other two players were just busy looting and holding a space inside of the zone, making sure that they had some room to work with once the recalls went away. And then there were teams that would just 4-man charge rosters, hoping that they would come out on top. Mysterious 4 tried that on day number 1, but they completely failed. But this time around, I mean, it's just Metal Esports that have dropped as a 4-man unit, because we have Jux, Gods for a Reason, and FS fighting here in a very awkward manner. Superb is stuck in a corner. Hitman is there as well, but FS Esports, they have control of that first floor. So I believe they will have an upper hand in this fight.
Problems for Superb, to be honest.
Yeah.
There's nothing that this man can do. Outnumbered by miles, but look at that jump shot coming in from Rishi. Beautiful connection over there. FS Esports, they look good, especially in the early stages of this rondo. Superb again, just lying low as of now, Johnny. What do you think this man can do? No support from his teammates. Multiple teams going in for fights. FS Esports, they are still having the upper hand, but they've lost 2 players already. The man on towards the recall tower will be on recall duties already.
Yeah, but look at what is happening to FS as well. Superman and Doxy already finished off, so they're going to have to be recalled. And as you were talking about Super, I think he will have to just buy time for his teammates to show up. There they are. Rebu and Amazing kind of pinned in a corner with Aura Esports charging in on their direction. And Rebu, well, the S12K at this range, it is going to be deadly. But the problem is the other man is armed with the same weapon. And it's going to be Aura Esports to secure the knock, outnumbering the players of Jux Esports, isolating them and picking them off one by one.
I love the teamwork coming in from Aura Esports. Their micro shot calling has been brilliant, especially in these early stages. But still look at Superb. He knows he's outnumbered. He knows he's cornered from every single angle. And that just means that he has to lie low as much as he can. Good start from Aura Esports, to be honest. I guess they will look to kind of completely get this entire territory in their bag. You've got a couple of outliers from FS Esports as well. Potentially points for Aura Esports if they do decide to extend it till that point. But nothing as of yet. The rest of the teams, of course, you look at the map, we did see the circle a little bit towards on the northern part of the map, towards Stadium. Now, I want to find out if that is going to help Team VXT because they're dead center. On the other side, LEFP, they're actually going up against Team Altitude, and it seems like they found early success again.
They have to be cautious, though, because look in the distance, there's Revenant Xspark. And even on the radar, you can see them just circling around this compound. Learn from past is the name. Hopefully, they've learned a lot this time. A few experienced players in this roster as well in the form of Max and Termi. Altitude, though, Clouds now. I believe he has spotted out Ninja on the other side of this ridge, but isn't really in a position to pick that fight yet. As Prime OG, he's getting pressured by the players of Learn from Past, trying to isolate those fights. It's 2v1 situation for him. And with those shotguns, he can't really do much. Gets knocked out, gets finished off. Altitude in a world of hurt.
Oh my goodness. This is something which Ninja did not predict, did he? Altitude, I mean, coming in from the backlines. I guess Revenant Xspark knew there were certain players in the backlines, but they could not control it. But look at this pressure coming in from Pain. Gets the first one. A lot of hype around this young lad, and the lanky shoulder seems to have a lot of responsibility. Beautiful connection onto Termi. Needs to confirm that finish as well. Pain with that first finish gets off the mark. Chases in towards the next player, but did they not spot the player hiding from the backlines? Pain This time it's Trace who actually confirms it. Revenant Xspark, they're looking really solid.
Yeah, they are looking quite well in this fight. And of course, that last man from the side of Learn From Past also pinned down. He gets finished off, but wasn't the last player. There's one more man remaining. But they are going to have to use those recalls. Two recalls left, I believe, for Learn From Past. All right, make that one. It is going to be a troublesome situation. They are going to shift positions, move all the way towards the southeastern edge of the map. But as far as Revenant Xspark is considered, Clouds, he's still there. Has an eye on Pain. Was looking to cook up that nade, but decides against us. And I believe Pain, if he hears a single sound cue, he's going to charge forward. Has Trace to back him up. Trace is going to spot the threat. Gets knocked out, but it's still knocked out. Not finished off. Pain is there. Clouds juking around the wall, looking to avoid the fight for as long as possible. He's going to try and wait it out for his teammates to show up, but Pain just finds the frag. An easy one for him. Look at that. Starts the game with 3 finishes already.
This is a new start. This is a new start for Pain, to be honest. This man has absolutely zero competitive experience, by the way, and the first official tournament for this lad. And what a start. He's got 3 eliminations right at the get-go.
Really? Zero competitive experience?
Zero competitive experience. There's actually a small little lore which I want to bring up over here.
So how did you guys scout him then?
He just came in from ranked matches.
Really?
Yes, he's one of those lads who is just insanely talented. Explicit has been taking him under his reins. We'll talk about that a little while later because Jux Esports right now, they're in the mix of things. Superb has been lying low for a while, but this time he's going to get exterminated. Alright, Esports. Fantastic start for them. 5 eliminations on the scorecard already, but Johnny, coming back to that topic once again. There was a third-party LAN which was happening and Pain was yet to play his first competitive match. He was brought in as a substitute to replace one of the players of Revenant Xspark. Had no device of his own as well. Took Punk's secondary device. Reset his controls and sensitivity. Went into the match. First LAN appearance. Gets 6 eliminations right off the get-go. This man is so talented.
Oh, wow.
And the best part is he's just 16 or 17 years of age.
Right. I mean, then I guess that is one player that we are going to have our eyes locked on because now it seems that instead of one, they have 2 prodigies.
I mean, in my opinion, there are a lot of amazing prodigies, technical players over there as well. Ninja, in my opinion, as well, has been doing fantastic in his new role.
Yeah, but he used to be older as well, right?
He certainly is, but this is a new role for him. Initially, he used to play as an assaulter, an entry fragger, but now he's taken up that support role. Look at that. Trace. No, it's actually Pain. From the V-kill, finds another connection. Jux Esports, they're on the run. It's Nebu. I don't think he's going to get left behind. Revenant Xspark are chasing him hot on his tails, Johnny.
Yeah, and Jux Esports, they're down to the last recall as well. I don't think Nico gets away over here. He's going to get finished off. What a troublesome situation. A bad start for Jux Esports. And there you have it. If either of these 2 players are chasing you, if they are behind you, either it's Trace or Pain, I don't think you walk away from that.
6 eliminations for Revenant Xspark to start things off. I feel like they're 3-1 split with Punk being on towards the recall towers. It's actually helping them because these 3 assaulters, they can actually pick up the mantle. But enough about Revenant Xspark because closely following, right behind them has to be Vasista Esports. And this team is also a new look fit, to be honest.
Yeah.
Hector being at the helm of it. You've got Cheyenne, you've got players like Beast, we were talking about, has 200 eliminations in official competitions last year. I feel like that can be a threat for Revenant Xspark.
It definitely can be. And as you mentioned, Cheyenne is also a very talented player, but that's not all. I think that Beast and Some duo is what sort of scares me if I'm going up against Vasista Esports. 2 young prodigies again at the forefront, being backed by a brilliant IGL in the form of Hector, who has a lot to prove this time around. Went through a lot as an individual last year as well, and this year wants to see that redemption story have a happy ending. But Gods for a Reason on our screens, going up against Metal Esports, who have a little bit of high ground. These 2 teams duking it out, or at least looking forward to fighting amongst themselves towards the western edge of the circle. And Metal Esports, they can actually control the terrain and the fight from here, but they choose to disengage. But on the other side of things, GLITCHREBORN, they make a pounce onto the players of Revenant Xspark, and while they are trying to go after Pain, Trace is the man they should be afraid of. He secures 2 knocks, and the finishes are going to be confirmed by the IGL Punk himself. Even he gets 2 finishes. GLITCHREBORN, it seems like they took a gamble and they took a loss.
But now, targets have to be shifted because it's Oishani Esports as well from the backlines, who did a little bit of damage on a Revenant Xspark. They're on their knees. At least 2 of their players needs to get those revives in. Recall still available. In fact, all 3 of them. Ninja was the only player that was recalled. Oishani Esports, they had an amazing third-party opportunity, but it seems like they're going to fall back, preserve their numbers as of yet.
Yeah, but look at the radar. Vasista Esports is also lurking nearby. So not a lot of options, both for Oishani Esports and for Revenant Xspark as well.
Options for sure. Have a look at this. Vasista Esports just whizzing past the circle itself. Not really worried about Oishani Esports and their presence. A little bit of a split rotation coming through, which can actually be risky, especially when you have all these vehicles just firing you in tandem. And this is exactly what I was talking about. Some falls. Vasista Esports. Look at that spray down inside the vehicle. I'm not sure how this man is able to control that recoil with the 4 times M4. This is amazing.
Yeah, it was pretty impressive. But since they haven't converted the finish, there is option for Vasista Esports to go for an easy reset. On the other side of things, look at the zone, man. It's again moving towards the northern side. And Team Eggy, by the way, we haven't seen Team Eggy in action yet. Although they have a brilliant position to work with, they can control the entire northern half of that play zone. And that's the one thing they can rely on. Let's see how that works out. Gods for a reason, looking for a similar entry inside of the circle. Hanchuan is going to be where they breach the zone from. But Vasista Esports, locking horns in 2 different places. You have Some in the back lines. And Cheyenne with Hector moved up front. Some could be in trouble with Revenant Xspark going for a chase.
Revenant Xspark, are they actually going in for the chase? That is going to be a big question in my mind, because 9 eliminations already, if I must assume.
Yeah.
GLITCHxREBORN was one of them, of course. Now, all of these players, they still have their recalls available. Now, that is brilliant. That is a great start for Revenant Xspark, but needs to carry on that momentum. And they're actually not directly entering the circle. They're actually going around it to try another entry point. But the problem is, you've got another very decent lineup over there. And that has to be the likes of Rider Esports.
Rider Esports, we haven't seen a lot of action from them yet. Just 2 eliminations on the board, 3 recalls already used. So not really in a position from where they are going to continue fighting it out. There is an option for them to just wait out for the recalls to go away. That way, if they finish off a player, that player just goes back to the lobby and they don't have to deal with any unnecessary variables later on. On the other side of things, Rider Esports, although as they were getting distracted by Vasista Esports up front from the backlines, Revenant Xspark show up.
I want to see what the plan looks like. Ninja yet to get up the mark. Can certainly go on a flank as of yet. Revenant Xspark are pretty aware that Rider Esports are holding that compound all by themselves. What remains to be seen is whether or not do they decide to make that pounce. Right up front, you've got Team EG. Little bit of shots taken. Syed falls. Oishani Esports. All of a sudden, it seems like Eggy Gaming, they are having an enormous upper hand in this fight.
Also, by the way, we haven't spoken about Team Eggy yet, but this is an incredible roster. Look at that. Gamla Boy, Troy, Ralph OG, and Eggy himself. A lot of experience under the belt of each of these individuals. And now, finally, they are going to put it on display as they have already dished out a pretty deadly blow to the first team they went up against and are now looking for their second target, which is going to be the side of Learn from Past. No knock secured yet. The trade comes through as Termi from the distance does find the opener, but Rush Boy on the low ground could be in trouble. The UAS blows up. Termi falls back to get himself to safety. Does manage to negate some of that damage, but The other three players, they are looking to charge forward, and Team Eggy could be in trouble. Rush Boy just rushes up, secures those 2 eliminations. The third man in the backlines is knocked out. That finish also should come through, and there it is. Ralph OG outside of the game. Now Troy remains the last man for Eggy Gaming.
This is an important mission for Troy, to find a recall tower as quickly as possible. But the problem is, there's just one recall tower inside the circle, and there's one outside the blue zone. Do you take the risk? Do you have recalls available? A lot of questions which do remain to be answered. But as of now, learn from past 5 eliminations on board. They've had a fantastic start on towards another part of the circle. I guess they're going to find that easy entry. And talking about Troy, from the map feed that we have, it seems like he's not going in for those recalls. In fact, he's actually trying to make it survival. Trying to go in for those position points, which is going to be very tough, Johnny, from this point on.
Yeah, it will be, considering, look at where he's moved. Kind of sandwich between Tamilan Esports and Metal Esports. On the other side of things, Revenant Xspark, who were causing a lot of trouble for Rider Esports, now can be on the receiving end of the stick. But there you have it. The first team to be eliminated from this game is going to be Oishani Esports. And I believe following them, Eggy Gaming has also been kicked back to the lobby. I think Metal was the one who found that finish for themselves.
Yeah. 3 teams have been eliminated. In fact, have a look at that. 13 teams and 45 players still remain. Gods for a reason. Even they have had a rather aggressive start. And this is a new look roster, to be honest. We've seen Hitman, we've seen Spirit. But the rest of the 2 players, it is a sort of a newer phase for them. Hitman will get taken down. Termi. A lot of lore around Termi in the competitive scene, where players assume that he's probably one of the most aggressive players out there, just wants to go in aggressive, gets those early finishes off the mark, but he overextends a lot.
I guess so, because the last time we saw in Hyderabad Hydras, I think that was supposed to be a roster with a faster pace of play, but they weren't really able to pull it off. This time, hopefully, it's going to be different. In the meanwhile, though, learn from past, as we were talking about them, they make that pounce on Gods for a reason, have secured 2 knocks, and Gods for a reason not really in a position to actually walk away alive from these nades, especially with Honey surrounding them and circling them again and pinging those positions for his team. Look at that. Spirit, oh, just a pixel of HP on him. I think the next nade is going to get the job done. It falls a bit short, unfortunately. And Spirit heals up 2 versus 4. The numbers are against them. They're so lucky. They've survived so much utility from Learn from Past. But I think now the push comes through. And there it is. The pounce has been made. 2 knocks secured by Beast. But that is going to be it. Not a single finish converted. And Learn from Past just wiped the floor with Gods for a reason. They have used a lot of utility, but hey, they do have 8 points.
They certainly do, but on the other side, Johnny, on towards the northern, southeastern part of the circle, you had Revenant and Rider face off, and Rider Esports have been eliminated. There's another squad vibe that we just got to see, Gods for a reason as well, on the receiving end of it. Vasista Esports just finding a little bit of aggressive front. Metal Esports as well in the backlines, having that high ground advantage, can certainly put in those nades. Now this is an opportunity for Metal Esports to make their mark. They haven't really done so as of now. Vasista can be a formidable opponent for them. And I like this approach. You smoke up, you split up, so those nades don't really counteract, but you need to find an opening against Metal because their defenses look very strong, Johnny.
Yeah, I mean, Vasista Esports, I have to say, I think they are at a disadvantage in this fight. Being on the lower ground, Metal Esports from the top of that ridge can control that fight very nicely. So all of these smokes give Vasista a little bit more breathing room and movement space to work with. But the problem is that both these teams are outside the play zone. We see Metal Esports on the radar making a play, having sent Akash up front to scout for a position inside of the play zone just so they can make that rotation. And they just completely disengage from that fight against Vasista and move for the play zone instead.
Look at this replay of Pain. This man, I don't really know what to say about this lad because he is insane. Amazingly technical, but also very disciplined as well.
I think the mechanics we have seen from him just look very, very clean. Not a single moment of panic. There are no readjustments.
Exactly, right? But again, Punk with 5 eliminations as well. I think as an IGL, he's been doing a lot of heavy lifting. On the other side, Versatile, they are looking to charge upon Oishani Esports as Ghostface, all by himself, has got 3 lads from 2 sides. A little bit of a problem if he does not get support from his comrades from up top. You see those nades! Beautiful connection over there as Noe falls. Ghostface will bear the brunt of that nade as well as he gets knocked out. Versatile have an opportunity to go in for a reset.
Yeah, it felt like Nobi over there just walked on a landmine, and Oishani Esports, well, if they have to face Versatile on one front, Revenant Xspark shows up on the other. And Trace God as well. He says he's not going to be left behind anyone. 5 eliminations for Trace, 6 for Pain, 5 for Punk. Ninja right now, I think, is in a very weird position from being one of the best players in the teams that he had played for in the past. Now, for the first time, I think he's the man sitting there with the lowest eliminations on the roster. But who cares? They have 18 finishes on the board.
He has one of the most important roles in the team to be the anchor, and he is actually matured and grown as a player as well. Initially, we used to see this man just go in ham trying to get every single elimination that he could find, but now...
He used to play like Punk and Trace are playing right now.
Exactly, right? But now he's actually shifted that mentality, and it's actually helping the team quite a lot. We'll find that out if they do get the chicken. But for now, they've got next targets for themselves, and that is going to be Versatile Esports. Punk definitely has a little bit of that information, but another replay of Revenant Xspark destroying the likes of Rider Esports. You see those nades. You see the way these players play in tandem, Ninja and Pain. Beautiful duo.
Also, by the way, this was going to be a question from, I think, everyone as to what is going to happen to VXT. Because we did talk about this. This banner is the banner that holds the crown for BGIS 2025.
Yeah.
So in 2026, having let go of that old roster, the expectations are still going to be there from the newer players. But the start on this rondo hasn't been the best. On the other side of things, we expected this. I think everyone called it that Vasista Esports and Revenant Xspark are going to be dominating this particular lobby. And, well, they're living up to all of that hype that was there. Even Vasista right now, I believe, has 13 eliminations to their name.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
And all 4 players still alive.
This is going to be a duel at the end, I'm pretty sure. Vasista Esports on the other side, they have 4 Wolves near them, which is interesting because that just gives them an option to try and farm more finishes from this particular map of Rondo. 2 teams, great start. We've seen that happen as well. LHS Phoenix inside of Group D, they were the ones dominating the groups. Will it be Revenant Xspark and Vasista once again in Group C?
Oh, it can be. It very well can be, but let's see how things turn out, because then you have a lot of contenders to challenge them in the form of FS, in the form of VXT, GLITCHREBORN, Medal being there. Right now, the main challenge for Revenant Xspark, it is going to be 4 Wolves and Altitude. They're taking a long-range fight against 4 Wolves who are way, way over towards the northeastern edge of the circle, and Altitude are right next to Revenant Xspark towards the southeastern edge.
But look at the counter that Revenant Xspark has figured out, right? I told you Ninja always plays in from the backlines. He's way behind towards the blue zone. He's the man who's actually providing him that cover fire. Up north, you've got Mansi, if I'm not wrong, as well as Dodds. Punk, of course, with the shotgun will find Cloud. So 1 knock is there. Altitude just with 1 player remaining. Will it be a Revenant Xspark cleanup yet again? 17 eliminations on board already as all 4 players converge. And everyone shoots in tandem. This is a gang war, and the flyby was brilliant.
Yeah, it was indeed. I believe we are going to see that 20 elimination game from Revenant Xspark. They are towards 19 already. And of course, 4 Wolves. Well, they're down to that lone wolf in the form of Noob. He's being hunted right now. Vasista Esports and Revenant Xspark both eyeing that elimination point. It is going to be Vasista that end up securing it for themselves. And now it is the heavyweight contenders, the title fight happening inside of the top 5 of this game already. It is Vasista Esports who are being forced by Revenant Xspark into a corner. The Doritos have dropped, but that is not going to be enough cover.
It certainly isn't. I mean, look at that. 22 eliminations on Revenant Xspark, 18 on Vasista. This is madness. Shots coming in from Pain from up top, does have the height advantage as well. And Punk, kudos to this man, once again finding the best place inside of the circuit to play from. Circle does shift, a little bit of a long range bay. Punk connected on Hector. IGL versus an IGL, and of course Hector will get engulfed. That is brilliant from Revenant Xspark.
Finally, 20 eliminations secured. And I believe this hill that has helped them get all of those finishes. Now they are going to be forced to abandon it as the circle moves away. Versatile a little bit quicker in terms of rotation, but we all know the chase is on. Revenant Xspark, there is potential that they get sandwiched over here. VXT from one side, Vasista Esports from the other. Look at that, that remote cover is the only option available for them. And as I said, it's not going to be a lot to work with. Utility, very important. Trace on the flank, spotted out. Doesn't matter. Pain uses that distraction, gets a knock. Punk as well chiming in. 21 finishes for this team. They're looking for a few more.
They're looking solid, for sure. Just needs to focus on the fact that they need those 4 players inside of the final circle, because it seems like child's play for them as of yet. Just a little walk in the park for Revenant Xspark, but covers have been called in for. Have a look at this. Compounds available for FS Esports. They've been here for a while now. Tamilan Esports as well. Not a lot of honorable mentions for them inside of this game, but Oxin and the rest of his comrades, all 4 players, they still find themselves inside of the final circle.
Yeah, this is the first fight we are seeing Tamilan Esports get involved in, and well, they do walk away with a decent number of placement points in this game, but the question is, with the vacuum that has been created by Revenant Xspark, by Vasista Esports, is a top 4 finish with just 4 to 5 eliminations going to be enough? Simple answer, no. When teams are walking away with double-digit eliminations and a top 5 finish, they are going to surpass you by quite a lot. And as we spoke about it at the start of the day, and as we saw it happen in the last 2 days, everyone else now is going to be playing catch-up. In the meanwhile, Revenant Xspark, Trace got knocked out. Pain got knocked out a few moments ago, but he has been brought back into the game. But Team Versatile, they have to be very cautious about this. They do not have enough players to commit to this fight.
This is exactly what you mentioned, Johnny. You gave the foresight that Revenant Xspark might just get sandwiched in between FS Esports and VXT. And I believe VXT do have a line of sight against them right now. Shots do get confirmed. Now, all of a sudden, Revenant Xspark, they might fall into a choke point. FS Esports, though, they shift focus. Now they are heading towards Tamilan as the nade does fly in. It sails in for sure, but without a result. But FS Esports, they don't really mind, because now they've got not just compounds, but also a lovely little place inside the circle. Majority of the map control is there. But Revenant Xspark, they do decide to chime in. And this is a slam dunk. I'm not really sure if this is going to be nice, but Punk, he finds Sarvit. Confirmations there. FS Esports, they are looking to retaliate. But Revenant Xspark, are they prepared to put it back as Trace brings down another man?
That was a mad dash. This team was never supposed to make it through to the cover positions. But now that they have, it is a lot of trouble for both Tamilan and FS. Punk charging up, securing the finish, securing an important building for his team. And even though Trace got knocked out, Pain gets him back inside of the game. There is the backline support still intact as well. By the way, everyone has ignored Ninja all this time, but he's still there in the backlines. That means if anyone from the side of Tamilan tries to move out into the open and charge for this building, Ninja is going to put them down on their knees.
And this is the setup that I've been talking about. Punk, I don't think he's waiting for the trophy anymore. I think he's coming for it. But again, I'm not going to call it. Initially, this is just the first game of their competitive circuit. It's a very long journey, I get that. But nonetheless, look at this fight. FS Esports and Tamilan now have been forced to duke it out because of Revenant Xspark's third party. And Trace, he's loving this chaos. Another shotgun, he confirms. He gets every one of them 24 finishes in the back. Make it 26. Revenant Xspark, they're not stopping.
Man, these individuals are just competing against each other. Because a moment it was Pain, then it was Punk. Punk, and now Trace is leading the charge with 9 eliminations to his name. 1 man remains from the side of FS. Troy Tamilan also left in shambles with a solo player left inside of the game. Ninja, while he was taken out by the blue zone itself, is Revenant. If Revenant Xspark get their HP bars back up, Versatile, I don't think there is a way they walk away with this chicken dinner. Well, now they can. Punk has been knocked out. Sorry, my apologies. Pain has been knocked out. Punk is there. Trace is there. It's a 2 versus 1. And now Punk knocked out. Trace is the last player left. Versatile can secure this chicken dinner, but with the number of finishes that Revenant Xspark have, I think this is still their game. Now all down to Trace God. He sees Nade at point blank range. His backline is getting pushed. He does not have enough HP to fight this one out. And there you have it. Finally shut down in the very end. Revenant Xspark out of the way. They finish second, but Versatile secure the first chicken dinner on Rondo.
Wow, what a game did we just witness. I mean, it's hard to digest that we just saw potentially one of the highest finishes inside of BGIS at Grind.
Yeah.
We'll have to fact check. We'll have to fact check. I don't remember.
It is.
Is it? Because
as of now, it is.
in this year, absolutely. But if you look back history, I don't remember a lot of games where we have seen 26 to 27 eliminations in a single game. Now, that is the reason why I'm talking about. This can actually be one of those games.
I don't think it was BGIS, but in one official, it was the old iteration of Team Soul that was able to secure like 28, I believe. It was a different map. It wasn't Rondo though. This is a record-setting match for Rondo in particular. That's a different story. We'll talk about it some other time. But this was incredible. I mean, what a start to the day. First of all, everyone went with either a 3-1 split. This team was playing as a 4-man unit from the start, by the way.
Yeah. Troy Tamilan Esports, they had the circle, they tried to make use of it, get those position points, but it seems like Versatile just found the right timing and found the right split. Spotted Ninja in the backlines, but Trace was phenomenal in those fights. The fun part is, this man was actually knocked out when Revenant Xspark made that mad dash to the compound.
Yes.
They put a knocked man inside a vehicle and they just rushed in. Because they're so confident that Punk and Pain, they will be able to get those knocks in, and they actually did so.
They should not. There was no way Revenant Xspark should have made it towards that building.
Exactly.
Because it was an open position. You see that vehicle heading towards you, and then you completely whiff that spray, resulting in 2 teams getting wiped out. I think it's not just Troy Tamilan that are kicking themselves in the shin. FS Esports are making those phone calls like, why did you not take them out?
I'm not really sure, man. I'm just flabbergasted with what I just witnessed. You had Vasista Esports as well. I think we kind of missed majority of their fights, if I assume, because not a lot of fights did we cover, because even they were there in double digits. In fact, quite high in terms of the double-digit number. I think they had somewhere around 18 eliminations.
I don't know 18. The last I saw them, they were at 13. After that, I think the entire attention, the limelight was on Revenant Xspark.
Well, what a start we have had to the day number 3 of the grind, ladies and gentlemen. I am having fun, Johnny.
I'm also having fun, and I would love to see what Revenant Xspark can do for the rest of the day, because we spoke about this. If you do well in Rondo, you're going to be sitting and leading the leaderboard till the end of the day. Let's see if that happens, or will the other teams catch up? But ladies and gentlemen, that was just the start. We have 5 more matches lined up, all of that after this very short break.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the land of abomination. This is BGIS, the grind day number 3, where Group C is playing their first day. Of course, to continue with the broadcast, we've actually brought back ICBB 1-2, and of course, the map of Rondo is done and dusted. I want to come back to you and ask you, what was your thoughts? Because this man was in the back lines watching this entire game, and all the time he was like,
well, truth be told, there were a lot of what-if moments for Revenant Xspark. You know, after seeing how Revenant Xspark going on an insane spree in that game here, I was hoping they will be the ones to set the record at least for this year itself here as being the most amount of points in a single game. Last year it was held by Seoul with 28 finishes and a chicken dinner, so that's 38 points. So this year, well, currently they are kind of the highest, but no chicken dinner means lesser points.
Absolutely.
I think Phoenix still holds the most amount of points as of yet, based on yesterday's games.
We'll find that out. I guess we'll fact check and let you guys know when the information does come in. But ladies and gentlemen, do make sure to get the Frozen Floka for yourself as well. A lovely little skin that there is. I mean, if you like elegance, I mean, we've talked about Peaky Blinders. If you like that, that is, of course, a beautiful lucky spin for yourself. But if you like a little bit of elegance, if you want to have that charisma inside of the lobby as well, a Frozen Floka is for you. But coming back to the conversation once again, it was not just Revenant Xspark who actually went on a spree, even Vasista Esports who went on a spree, and they deserve to have that mention. I'm not sure, somebody from their team has gotten 7 eliminations, but we'll talk about the MVP for now, and it has to be Trace from Revenant Xspark. 9 eliminations, 1552 points of damage.
You know, before this, I was expecting like, yo, okay, Trey Scott, he is gotta be the guy you have to watch for when it comes to Finnish leaderboard, right? He's been very, very consistent, even in last year as well. But before that, at the start of the game, I initially thought that Trey Scott might have just fumbled a little bit here because Payne was the one that actually got a lot of finishes prior to that. He was like 4 finishes ahead of Trey Scott, and then after that, things kind of snowball out of control. And even now, even Punk, he himself is going to be joining the leaderboard here. This is, like you said, a competition between members in this situation, and the only one left out in this top 4 here is, well, Ninja John. I'm sorry, man. He's not part of the equation this time. Hector is going to be joining this.
I guess it's completely fine because we were talking about it, me and Johnny, that the role that Ninja fulfills is completely different. But coming back to the scorecard, ladies and gentlemen, what on earth did we witness? Revenant Xspark, 26 finish points, 32 points in total, possibly the highest number that we've actually seen inside of BGIS, the grind 2026. Vasista Esports on 18, Versatile on 16. You've got FS, Learn from Past, Troy Tamilan, G4R, who've had decent games, but they just got completely overshadowed.
Yeah, this is a little bit of a huge vacuum here coming between Revenant Xspark, Vasista Esports, and Versatile. We know they're pretty decent, but what's really surprising is that for Versatile, it's a completely different roster altogether, right? When we're talking about championship title organizations, Revenant Xspark and also Versatile were, okay, in particular, Versatile was last year's BGIS, different roster, but they all held the championship title. Revenant Xspark, 2 years back-to-backs, BMPS and also BGIS, official title holders, but different roster again. So it's expected that they do have to uphold certain standards, you know, when it comes to player base, etc. But for them to pull off something like that right in the round stages, I'm very happy. It's to be expected, but the question here is, after this, will they be able to do so? Is my question.
I think my fear lies exactly in your words, because still remember, inside of the showdown, Revenant Xspark, they dropped in. They also, their first match, in fact, their first match was once again a 20+ bomber when Sensi was the IGL, but they just absolutely crashed out midway. Their form was scintillating throughout, but then one certain round, it just seemed like Revenant Xspark just absolutely vanished. And I hope and I pray to God that this does not happen inside of BGIS. Punk with his discipline, of course, will know how to guide his players, but there's still a big question mark.
Yeah, but so far, you know, it seems a little bit disorganized as well here. And like you said as well, that the entire game in Rondo, it felt like just individual players just doing individual things, which was very, very impressive as well. And I'm really liking what I'm seeing as well, because the confidence that they have shown in that particular game where everybody else was still struggling to adapt how Rondo plays is great. Great start, great momentum. Phoenix has done this as well yesterday as well, knowing that, oh, we do have experience. We played in Rondo before prior to BMSD and even for BMIC as well. Well, maybe not so much for Punk, but mostly on the MSD. But even then, they do have some sort of idea on how to play Rondo. But now the question here is, now when we switch back in towards Miramar as well as Erangel in particular, things are going to get a little bit different here. So, because if you pay attention to yesterday's as well, even Phoenix, they started the day strong, but later throughout the days, you kind of fumble a little bit here, which again gives them a little bit of leeway to kind of pick up as well, especially when you're chasing for the top spot.
Yeah. I mean, I guess this is human nature, you know, whenever you see something have an explosive start, we just automatically assume that that is going to continue, that momentum is going to continue. But I think we fail to understand that Rondo has always been that map where you try to set up the lead and the rest of the team just follow you throughout the day. They are going to be chasing you. So I think Revenant Xspark, they've gotten the first tick mark out of the box. That is to set up that lead, because now they have, I guess, about a 14-point buffer between first and second. They should be comfortable. But what happens next? What happens on the map of Erangel? What happens on the map of Miramar? It decides whether or not Revenant Xspark can actually go in where they want to be going.
Exactly. And it feels like when it comes to Rondo, compared to Sandhawk as well, it's all about jackpot, right?
Yeah.
Rondo's points is equivalent to 1.5 maps if you hit it big.
Absolutely. Well, but ladies and gentlemen, it seems like the conversation of Rondo seems to be done and dusted. We are heading to our home ground, which is going to be the map of Erangel. Well, we'll find out if Revenant Xspark can continue it right after that.
Oh, there you have it. This is it. This is their moment to shine, and we are going to be jumping in towards Erangel all the way through. And this is where things get really, really spicy as well, because the map is going to be El Clasico map. We are going to be going back towards Erangel, and here in Group C itself is where things get a little bit different. Now, speaking of difference here, we have to see how the teams are going to be playing here. We do see a lot of drops here from George Pool in particular here. North George, heavy drops here. Aura is actually heading towards Zarky here. That's going to be a little bit of a weird spike there. Meadow is going to be heading towards South George. Versatile is going to be heading to Gatka. I'm not expecting some sort of drop clashes very, very soon. And in the middle as well, we do see... well, a lot of clusters heading towards Rozok as well. We might expect a lot of drop clashes coming in. This is going to be a very, very tricky spot to be in. And things are going to get extremely messy, especially that this is going to be their first time dropping together here in Group C. So I am expecting some sort of drop clashes at least here in this first Erangel for Group C. We've seen how things has happened for Group D, especially in day one in DR perspective as well. Things are going to be very, very chaotic, a little bit of question marks here and there. But surprise, surprise, the circle actually shifts on towards the east side as well. Revenant Xspark going to be playing from Milta, maybe even heading towards Novo, which is something I'm not comfortable with here, Salty. Like, I know for a fact that it's the same organization, but the players has kind of shifted as well. As Revenant Xspark, they're going back towards Novo, maybe even Milta.
We'll find out how they actually tackle that problem. As of yet, the circle. For the first time, I think, after the first 2 days, we are getting to see a basic Erangel circle, something which is not too extreme, not too much waters, not too much shorelines. So majority of the players are going to be happy. We got to see Revenant Xspark duke it out against Rider Esports as well just a while earlier. In fact, have a look at this. Ninja seems to be quite adamant enough to go to the hovercraft and get it for himself. Seems to be like a new strat, potentially just tank through the opposition, get all the damage, take it, absorb it, and then go in on the offense.
I'm curious to see how Revenant Xspark plays now. Like, they're going to be completely different play styles as well. Like, knowing that Trace, back then, you know, they've always been insistent on playing Yasnaya at one point, and then after getting kicked out for Yasnaya, they've shifted to Novo. Didn't really go too well. Milta was a little bit of a shambles plays here. Even with the leadership of Sensei in last BMSD, they've also opted to shift between Milta, and this time they're playing from farm as well, because on track record-wise, Punk has not started from there. Even for Tracer as well, they don't really start there as well, and we do have a lot of potential drop clashes in the future. So I'm curious to see whether or not how their rotations are going to work here, because we've seen them all year. They're so used to playing their usual drop spots from all over the maps, right? Like, especially when Punk was leading as well during his time as Godlike, where they have one of the most insane drop spots throughout the entire map based on their performance as well. 1 minute they're Stauber, 1 minute they're Zarki, 1 minute they're all the way in Fairy Pier, 1 minute they're in like all the way in Milta as well. This is all over the place. So I'm curious why they opted to go towards farm here, at least for Revenant Xspark.
Towards Pochinki, we do have somewhat of a clash which might brew up. I guess there's going to be Team Altitude and 4 Wolves, who might actually go head-to-head, but it seems like 4 Wolves, they decided to give that location up. They are heading towards different terrains. Seems to be interesting to find out where do they land upon, because both Pancake, Farm Regions, Ferry Pair, all of those positions have been occupied already, and it seems like 4 Wolves, they're a little late to make this rotation right now.
Did they actually make a little bit of substitution here? Because I think, yeah, actually there is. Gods actually went towards Altitude here. Back then it was do or die, if I'm not mistaken. Little bit of a... not really substitution, it was more like a transfer window coming from that place. But take a look at that towards Troy Tamilan. They are a little bit late towards military base. Seems like they will be able to secure that for themselves. And they are going to go for it. Nothing super crazy. Don't think we are going to be seeing any kind of drop clashes. We saw a little bit of skirmish from Altitude, at least, like you said as well, in the middle with do or die, but no major drop clashes. But
no major drop clashes.
Yeah, but if you pay attention to the minimap as well, I think one of the biggest congested areas is going to be Georgiopol as well. Which in this case, Vasista Esports is the ones that is controlling the south side of Georgiopol. And then north side we have Aura, and then southwest of Vasista we also have GLITCHxREBORN. So that's a lot of teams coming in that direction. But fortunately for them, I don't think it's going to be major issues, considering that rotating into east side, there is multiple entry points.
We saw that little bit of a graphic there as well. Beast coming in from K9 Esports, the transfer that we were talking about. Knight, how well he does for K9, it remains to be seen. But Beast on Vasista has been brilliant so far. 2025, this man in official competitions had 210 eliminations all by himself. That is a big number, by the way.
Yeah. That like on stats wise, Beast is just an absolute monster as well. And K9 was one of the most dominating teams all year 2025. Yes, they weren't able to get championships here, especially in the early days of BGIS, but during towards BMSD, this is where we're like, oh, this is the team that may be #1. But when the LAN happened, OG snatched it away, which again, it was a tough battle, right, between them and K9 Esports.
It was not OG actually snatching away, it was Nebula Esports who snatched it away from K9 Esports.
Oh yeah, it was them that denied them. Yeah, that was...
that fight was so bad. I felt bad for K9, to be honest.
Yeah, they could have snatched it away from OG.
They could have, I mean, 100%. But OG, of course, their consistency was brilliant. They rightfully deserve to be over there.
It's just unfortunate it was only one slot.
But it's understandably so. I feel like for K9 Esports, if they have managed to find that first runners-up position, they will be able to do it again. Imagine how many times OG came onto the podium places and still lacked that quality to get that trophy in their bag.
Well, they finally got it. But again, consistency beats talent. Consistency beats everything else. But in this case, well, we're going to have a little bit of an inconsistent moment because it's no longer with K9. Hopefully it's for the better. Hopefully it's for the better, because as of now, starting things strong here, I think Revenant Xspark and Vasista Esports are doing okay with their first appearance here on officials. Revenant Xspark 32 points, Vasista Esports with 18 points. That's a great start for them.
I can hear shots from a distance, but who is it is going to be my question. We can definitely spot Rider Esports from the right-hand side of Revenant Xspark, just making that rotation in. Shots might have been fired by Revenant Xspark, especially with Trace moving it elsewhere. It seems like they're not really interested in that fight. And look at this 2025 record, 231 eliminations. And I think credit has to be given to Trace God, because in both the long stretch tournaments, be it BGIS, be it BMSD, he wasn't even there qualifying for the second half of the tournament, but still 231.
Well, I don't know, man. Like, it just feels like a scenario where finishes is great and all, but again, it's not about you dropping the ball in scenarios like early stages, right? It's how you qualify, and then when you are about to reach the finish line in the grand finals, can you reach first is going to be the most important factor here. So training, practicing, building chemistry, testing out strategies is going to be extremely important as well. Punk especially likes to do it in early stages of the game, especially during their runs in last year in particular as well. Even in last year's BGIS, right? Like Hiroshima Godlike was so close to lifting the trophy. They were also testing out things. It's just that on the last day in the grand finals, it was just unfortunate. They just could not take the #1 spot.
Understandably so. I think Punk, again, will have that vengeance in his mind to try and get that for himself.
Yeah.
But one play I'm really actually surprised about has to be Hector from that last game. 7 eliminations on that lad. Usually, we've always talked about how, as an IGL, his finished numbers aren't really that high. But I believe it's also because of that rivalry between Hector and Omega, where Omega just got so much silverware last year that Hector now feels like, well, I'm not going to be left behind. I also want to catch up. And the first map was sort of a showcase where he can also take reins when it's actually needed.
At the same time as well, I'm very surprised that Jux did not take the pit stop despite, hitting the convoy, finds themselves a hovercraft, and then just, oh wait, they actually hit the convoy. Reboot, what did he get? This is going to be the question here. Well, he didn't actually go for upgrade.
AUG,
He only
level
got
3
his, like,
kit.
level 3, that's about it.
Nothing exceptional.
Yeah.
Nothing new, by the way.
Yeah, nothing super crazy, I'd say.
Ooh.
But Revenant Xspark seems like they're going for a slam here onto a school.
But why though? That is my question. Ninja, of course, is going to fall the pain all by himself. They did not have information about this compound. School was already occupied. Revenant Xspark right at the get-go. 2 players down already. It's just pain right now. And he needs to deal with a lot of pressure. Learn from past. They want to get this for themselves. And of course, they will get a lot of elimination points. Not just points, but also can be a confidence boost. This lanky shoulders of pain hold a lot of responsibility. Shotgun strikes first. Can he get the second one? Technicality is there. Secures that finish point. Will he? Goes in for the man down below. Knocks him down as well. It's a 1v2 already. But no bullets in his armor. Have a look at this. Reloads for himself. Pain still looking to get the third one.
Oh my god.
He almost gets it. Does he get it?
No way.
He gets it. A flying shot connected. But the last player from Learn From Past, it's going to be Termi who comes in and finishes things off. Revenant Xspark could have actually survived this fight with Pain doing beautifully over there, but it's Termi to put the finishing blow, the full stop to that fight.
Okay, I'm going to put that at a stop right now. We do see another crash coming in here for 4W, going up against GLITCHxREBORN. Jack's first to get knocked here. They trade 1 for 1, and Shorty now looking to go in for a couple pushes in as well. Malu is going to be naded out to smithereens. The rest of 4W, 4 Wolves are going to be coming in. But they are kind of spread out as well. Avnish going to be providing support fire from the sides with those nades. But GLITCHxREBORN, they're hurting as well. Nades are coming in. Beautiful stuff coming from Noob. Gets the confirmation as well. Leaving only 1 player remaining. And they know exactly where they are. Noob cooking up the nades here. Turban is down as well. Seems like they are going to go for the flush here. Fan OP. Last remaining player here from GLITCHxREBORN gets scouted out and gets taken out as well. Just like that, GLITCHxREBORN, the second team to be eliminated in this game. But seems to we have 2 back-to-back fights. I want to take a little bit of a moment here to process that play from Pain.
Yeah.
That was just him getting insane isolated for targets. Takes down 3 players by himself. And I was hoping you got a 4th one as well.
Exactly right. We all hoped that he got the 4th one because I don't think it was any mistake coming in from Learn From Past. It was Pain and his movements that isolated those bodies. And that is insanely technical. And the surprising fact is this is his first competitive tournament. This is his first official tournament and he's doing all of these things without experience.
At the start of game 1, you did kind of mention, oh, this guy is mechanically gifted, he's very young, he's trying out, blah, 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 yada, yada. I did not believe it, but after seeing that play, I am seeing it and I'm believing it right now. That is an insane play coming from Pain. Unfortunately, no stats though. No, not a lot of points.
Yeah.
Very cool, But can he do it more is going to be the question here. But now seems like we are going to be seeing another slam onto his apartments as well. Altitude forces the defend from the high ground as Troy Tamilan is going to be knocking in. And while this is happening as well, Eggy did hear this out. So they may look to try and third-party this once a major fight happens. But Altitude, can they defend here? They're 2v4 right now. They need the perfect nade, but it's going to be very tricky to do so. It's going to be lobbing the nades blindly here for Clouds, hoping to get a little bit lucky.
Absolutely. Lucky is not going to make the cut. Team Altitude, they need to hold on to the staircase, not let Troy Tamilan get in those nades, because if they do find the opening, they don't really have the manpower to back it up. Just 2 players up alive. Troy Tamilan knocking on the doors with all 4. The entire squad, of course, of Team Eggy just in the back lines. Team Altitude, this does not seem to be the greatest of places you want to be. And along with them, there's still another team in the back lines. Not really sure who they were, but I'm pretty sure they are also looking for the third party. Clouds, he's burning. The floor is lava. This is not good news, Altitude.
Okay, Clouds, he may have panicked that here. He tried to go for a Jiggle throw. Unfortunately, missed the timing window. Burns himself. It buys him a little bit of time, but now his position is going to be slightly exposed here. But Maranas finds an angle here. Gets a knock on towards Oxid. And immediately Troy says, you know what, we're going to play recess right now. Not worth committing to this fight. And even Altitude, they're getting shot from afar. Learn from past. Where are you guys shooting from? Are they shooting from school? What? How are they able to find those angles here? But Lens now gets knocked on Clouds. Now looking for those confirmation. But there's 2 knock from beside Troy Tamilan Esports. And they need to equalize here. This is perfect time here for Altitude to push down. But it's so difficult to do so. No, they do find the pig! What? But that's the timing! It's impeccable! And they shut him all down! Troy Tamilan Esports gets completely flushed in. And while this is happening here, they have to thank Learn From Past. And even Eggy themselves, they wanted a third party, but they themselves get knocked in. And that's going to be Jux knocking on the windows. They trade 1 for 1 now. Gobbler Boy almost getting confirmed. They're looking for confirmations here. Super. Trying to go in for the jiggle. Ralph trying to bait him out in the open, but can't seem to find the connections here. A lot of shots fired, but Super! Oh, the animation from the door. The pro block. Could not pull it up in time. Gets pumped instead. Ralph now holding down the fort, and he finds another one here. Ralph, an absolute madman. Looking for those confirmations, but he's all by himself now. Last 5 bullets here on that S12K. Trying to regroup with Gobbler Boy, but he's still stuck. He's panning his way through. But Jux manages to regroup. Is going to force a reset here. Both teams going to be looking to reset their fights now.
Talking about reset, look at that. You've got 4 volts as well rotating just next to these compounds. They did not decide to get in a third party, but this could have been a wonderful opportunity as both these 2 teams have had losses. A lot of finishes to be scoured. You've got to learn from past as well from the school building. You mentioned how they were getting those lines of sights, and it seems like learn from past. They're not just holding down the building, they are making it a fortress because they're shooting down at everyone. They're shooting down at FS, they're shooting down at Altitude, they're shooting down at Jux, but the nade from Jux, that is bad news, Nico. You can't really knock your teammate out like that. And they are following the finish feed. This is bad. Eggy Gaming, of course they're going to make advantage of it, and they did get it.
Well, seems like Vasista Esports, they had a great run in previous game. This time they are getting completely boxed in. Aura Esports looking to try and take a couple jabs in. And while this is happening as well, they're getting shot from afar. But 1 nade from Aura is good enough to wipe off Vasista Esports here. A massive nade coming from Shed. Or in this case, the 2 top leaderboard hunters of the start of the day has completely dropped the ball here in Game 2 itself.
Absolutely. They certainly do so. FS Esports from the distance, of course. If they do decide to get that line of sight against Aura, I guess there will be a couple of finishes up for grabs. You've got Termi from Learn From Past trying to make it a rotation, trying to make it a flank angle for the rest of his squads, because I guess they understand of FS Esports and their presence. And we always know Termi, this man is just a bomber. He loves to take those risky plays. He loves to make those risky moves. And it seems like this time, it's not going to be paying off. He scouted it, he found out FS Esports and their presence, and just moved back to regroup back with his team.
Well, speaking of which here, the circle is going to shift them all out in the open here, north of school, east of Rozhok. But FS Esports, oh my goodness, what a slam! How? How do you just walk by and drive by and just take them out like that without getting shot?
I don't know, man. I guess they were just going in through their revive procedure, but then they did not anticipate a vehicle coming through. That is how quick it was. And ladies and gentlemen, if you actually want to be that quick, you actually need to get yourself a Porsche for yourself as well. A beautiful vehicle. It's fast, it looks cool, and of course, it is heritage. Why not get yourself one, and maybe you can drive around the battlegrounds just like these pros do.
Well, speaking of pros here, seems like those small little ditches has been a disastrous spot to be in for every single team here. It started with Versatile, followed by the rest of Aura as well. Well, Vasista Esports actually, and now Versatile going to be joining in here, and FS Esports going for the slam this time under the Rozhok hut. And Versatile, fortunately for them, they have Newbie. Going to be camping on towards the mountains here as they do get a couple shots in. And it seems like Newbie will be able to scare off FS Esports. Rishi forced to skedaddle out of there. And Versatile, they are going to be able to hold on to this scenario. Meanwhile, what's happening here? On this compound here, north of those apartments, seems like Gods for a Reason is going to be coming in, hunting onto his Metal Esports now.
Metal Esports aren't really a team anymore. They're just one man surviving, and it's going to be OP Fox. If I read that correctly, one nade that comes in through from Spirit, and it engulfs his life as well. Did get his teammate, by the way, alongside, but that is completely fine. They've got no threats. Gonna get that player back up quite comfortably, and Gods for a Reason will be a four-man outfit yet again. And I love this team, to be honest, because I believe it is one of those under-God teams that we are witnessing inside of this lobby, but they're still keeping their calm, making sure that their composure isn't lost. And with 11 points on board already, 5 finishes in this one, Gods for a Reason, you're looking for consistent performances every single game.
Well, speaking of a consistent performance as well, seems like they are going to be continuing on the hunt as well, as Rider Esports going to be the next point of interest here, at least for Beast. They hear a couple gunshots in, but doesn't want to overcommit as well. He is trying to take space as his zone is about to close in 20 seconds left. Wants to get a little bit of upper hand on an advantageous position here. Even VXT, if they've taken a little bit of a slow retreat as well to try and make another move. But seems like the circle is about to close in 8 seconds. Every single team and player is taking a little bit of pause here to focus on what they have to do next. And with circle shape, it shifts right out in the open here, and Learn from Past. They've got one of the best spots to work with in terms of high ground right now.
Not just Learn from Past, I guess, even Immortal from 4 Wolves and the rest of his team.
No, I actually disagree. I don't think 4 Wolves has a good spot. They only have a very tiny little shack here.
Yeah, I get that, and unless and until, I guess, God for a Reason, they do decide to push up, I don't really think they have any compulsion to take these fights. They can run down the clock, potentially play for position points.
I think Ryder has a pretty okay spot as well.
Like, oh yeah, they do. Yet. Oh, they certainly do. I guess having that corner of Rozhok gives you so much advantage. You can move in multiple directions, but talking about direction right now, Nate got his crosshairs are in the direction of 4 Wolves. It's 2 players, Noob and Immortal, who are still surviving, but somehow Versatile, they've actually been struck. I'm not sure how though.
Yeah, this is very tricky here for Versatile in particular, right? Like, they have one of the god spots in terms of mountains here for the longest of time, but with this circle forcing them now out in the open here, they're subjected to being pressured by Learn from Past inside school and also Rider from those compounds as well. So they have to make a play to push out in the open, but the problem is the moment they do so, everybody's going to be looking at them. But at the same time, Learn from Past, they bully out the teams coming out of apartments first. So this might be an opportunity here for Learn from Versatile to actually push Learn from Past, because they are very much focused on apartments right now.
But they do need to make that exit, to be honest. Team Eggy, they're cornered just outside the circle. But look at that connection! I'm not sure how he's getting that hitman! Wow! How do you get a connection like that?
That is insane.
That is certainly insane, right? And Hitman, it seems like he's actually going to make that push. It is deadly for Team Eggy Gaming right now because not just they're battling the zone, but gods for a reason, they're not letting them live.
Yeah, it's going to be hard as well. But Eggy, they themselves drop a couple players. Goblin Boy, last player left, needs to play for a little bit of position. Gods for a Reason's got them completely pinned down, and they got decent space here. And Gods for a Reason, they find an off angle. Franklin, not looking in the right direction, gets completely punished for this. And again, everybody is getting greedy for those finishes, right? Teams coming out from apartments, pretty much everyone got wiped out except for Gumlo Boy, who has a small pixel inside the zone. But Gods for a Reason now, they are going to be the next target here, at least for Rider Esports. Same can be said for Versatile. As you can see, they are smoking the top right of that mountain terrain. It's all about a battle for control right now, Salty.
Battle for control, is it? Of course, the patience will be of prime importance. Team Versatile, they have the positioning, they have the map control, they do have the splits as well, but right next to them will be the lads from Oishani Esports. Now, this is a new outfit, a new banner that we are witnessing inside of BGIS The Grind. Want to find out how this team fares up against Versatile, a championship-winning banner again. But talking about them, I think Oishani Esports, they don't really have a lot of compounds to work with at the extreme edge of Rozhok. So the moment the circle shifts, it's the go call for Oishani to make their rotation in. But the circle kind of favoring towards them. It seems like both Versatile and Oishani, they don't really have to move much. But that movement is going to force the battle between these two squads. And only one might remain back.
Yeah, it's going to be tricky. Considering that, you know, like you said, right, they are going to be forced to battle it out, and this circle just forces everybody out and open here. And I think the only team that has some sort of advantage is going to be Learn from Past, because School is still somewhat inside the zone, so playing around the fences gives them somewhat of a cover. That's why Versatile is kind of split off to 1 and 3 as well. But speaking of which here, Versatile still taking advantage of those mountain terrains, and I'm really surprised nobody has seen them yet. Nobi, he's pretty much proning out in the open, but technically, there is bushes from Versatile, but on the other side of the map, there's no bushes, though, so they should be able to perfectly spot this snakes here coming from Versatile. So I'm very surprised nobody's has shot them yet.
Oh, I love bushes, especially when I'm trying to hide in the final circles, you know, because otherwise you just get absolutely peppered. Look at this, gods for a reason. They did deal with the likes of Eggy Gaming, who are now eliminated. So we're left with 16s and 19 players. But look at this right now. Oishani Esports, they have different ideas. Trying to butcher down Versatile. In the process, they get third-partied by Rider Esports, who had a brilliant angle. And Baba Yaga is just going to feast on those finishes. Waiting for that hit marker, waiting for that pop inside of the smoke, that red marker. As soon as it comes in, he's going to spray down. Brilliant use of the AUG, but no finishes to be found.
Yeah, but Shiny trying to hold on as much as they can. Ghostface also getting sprayed down as well. Baba Yaga having one of the perfect angles, but little did he know from behind, the flank comes through and he holds on in defense. Oh my goodness, what a slam here. Gods for a Reason completely shut down, but it was enough time here for Versatile to reset and capitalize on that as well. Ryder, they're hurting themselves as well. And just like that, Baba Yaga, an insane run coming from him, but gives that opportunity for Versatile to capitalize on that. And even Oishani tried to go for the reset. Versatile is shutting them all up right now. What a turn of events. What a flip here.
Absolutely, third parties, which they did not expect. Versatile have to thank Rider Esports. We saw that little bit of brilliance coming in from Baba Yaga. Had to switch onto his S12K, take down 2 players in tandem, and he rose up to the occasion.
Oh my goodness.
But look at this. Height advantage Versatile again, just paying dividends. From the distance, it's going to be learned from past. Max with its spray down is going to find yet another finish. But the player can be revived with the smokes get utilized right in time.
What a flip of a script, man.
Yeah.
Like, Rider Esports was just about to take down both Versatile and also Oishani here. But because of Gods for a Reason, had to take a pause. And now, Learn from Past Derby here. Seems like he was able to find Versatile Straggler all by himself. Gets completely shut down. And now, Versatile is looking for the slam here to try and get some sort of cover. Max gets the shot in. What an insane flick, but Nobi takes him out instead. Goes for the jump shot. And only Versatile having 2 players left. Rider Esports heard all this commotion, and Skeleton is going to take him out.
These lads are extremely clever. I love it. I love their approach because they're not really pushing in, slamming against teams. They're just waiting for their opportunities to pounce. And in spite of all of that, it seems like they are sort of disintegrated from the backlines. It's going to be Skeleton. Just look at him marking and guarding the rest of his teammates. Now that is a savior.
Immortal may have whiffed the shot there of his lifetime. Could have gave their player a single chance, but it is now currently a 1 versus 2. Their player against the world. Skeleton finds the confirmation on Nobi. He was able to keep tabs here on where the rest of Rider Esports is. He is going to try and send some information, but their player has only got 1 nade. And Rider already knows where he roughly is. Sees the glimmer of that nade as well. Lucky 2 Nope still keeping tabs on where their player is as we're from the backs. It's not exactly confirmed as well. So Rider Esports knows that that player is crawling by in. And Nope finally goes for the confirmation, but it's too late. Gets spot out. Hides through the smoke, but he's pretty much exposed. Rider Esports looking for those spray downs here. Their player goes for the shot, eventually goes down, and Rider Esports clutches the winner chicken dinner.
I love this. Rider Esports just used not brute force, but clever intent. Found their openings, picked it up, and grabbed the opportunities when it came to them. I think this is brilliant presence of mind, especially when we saw Baba Yaga in that position outside of Rozok. Oishani Esports had to move out. There was the angle. They wiped out Oishani. There was another team in the backlines. They wiped them out as well. And when the opportunity came to them, that is when they dealt with Versatile.
Exactly as well. Versatile could have been gone way much longer as well. But again, the plot twist is just insane. This is why you gotta watch BGIS in particular, right? Like,
Yeah,
it's
man.
literally a cinematic experience right there. 1 minute you thought, oh, Versatile is done for. 1 minute you thought, Oishani is pretty much done for. And then, out of nowhere, gives a second chance here for Versatile to actually stand a chance to win back. But eventually, the hero from that match has got to be Rider Esports.
Certainly will. Look at this, Termi again. He was in a position where he could deal a lot of damage. Learn from past. Has been holding on to this school compound for a while. I think that could have been the God compound considering where the circle ended. But it seems like few bad movements from Learn from past just resulted in their demise. And that is something which they are going to be hurt for a long time now.
Yeah, it's a little bit unfortunate as well, considering that, they played their... it got towards endgame. Clutching it out was a little bit difficult here, at least for Learn from Past, considering that they only had 2 players, right? And the only reason why Learn from Past had 2 players is because of a particular player from Revenant Xspark, which, in this case, I could not believe him just single-handedly dismantling everybody else as well. So, Pain, you're the reason why Learn from Past made it all the way there, but at the same time, could not clutch it out.
Could not clutch it out. Could not get the chicken dinner, by the way. But it's completely fine, I guess. 2 teams who started off on a strong note. Both Vasista and Revenant Xspark got taken down early on, which results in the overall standings going to come in a little bit to a neutral position. Now, we're going to find out how these teams carry the momentum forward. But, ladies and gentlemen, all of that is going to happen after a very short break. Don't go anywhere. We'll come back.
Hello everyone and welcome back to BGIS 2026 here, the grind stages. You guys are currently watching the English podcast and also Group C in the making here. My name is ICBaby12. Joining with me is going to be iSuper Johnny as we take you through the commentaries for today. We're finally down to his game number 3 here. An explosive start in Rondo in the hands of Revenant Xspark. Tumbled in towards game number 2. Fell a little bit short, being one of the first teams to be eliminated there. But what is consistent is that Versatile has somewhat able to be consistent in this match as well, because they were almost getting the chicken dinner, could not do so, but still racked up some decent amount of points here. So Johnny, what do you think?
I mean, it's like a similar story to what it was for LHS, Los Hermanos and Phoenix Esports from Group D, where one team does well in Rondo and then the other team is just consistent throughout the rest of the day. But let's see how things turn out. In the meanwhile, one thing that you should definitely check out right now, it's going to be the Peaky Blinders set, ladies and gentlemen. And of course, go inside of the game, get this beautiful set for yourself. And if you do end up getting something amazing, do make sure to share the happiness with us as well. You can tag us on our socials. But anyways, as we were talking about things, I think Revenant Xspark, again, this wasn't the same performance that we were expecting, because after you get like what 32 points in one game, you just get 2 in the other. It does not make a little bit of sense, but then again, Erangel is going to be different from Rondo. On the other side of things, as you mentioned, Team VXT, they are playing it slow, but they are being extremely steady, which is what I like.
Yeah, I agree. But let's talk about the MVP for them match as well. Nobi, the clutch maker coming from Versatile, just did an enormous save here to get them a decent amount of placement points. Unfortunately, could not secure the chicken dinner. But alongside him in the top players as well, we've got Termi coming from Learn From Past. We've got Avnish coming from 4 Wolves XDOD, and also Skeleton coming from Rider Esports. Now, these are the 4 biggest game changers on deciding how the end game played in their favor based on their positions here. Nobi, Clutch Master, Termi, very, very good solid anchor on towards the school vicinity. But with that being said, let's take a look at the point standings. Rider Esports currently with chicken dinners of 19 points. VXT with 16 points here. And Learn From Past with 12 points. And 4 Wolves with 11 points in total. So that's a very good game here, at least here for 4 Wolves XDOD.
Yeah, I think the returning names that have kind of made an impact in both the matches are going to be VXT and of course Learn From Past as well, or having kind of a decent finish inside of game number 1. Apart from that, Team Eggy was able to walk away with a decent number of eliminations in game 1 as well. Other than that, everyone has been forced into a reset. We talk about Troy Tamilan, we talk about FS, we talk about Revenant Xspark. But let's have a look at the overall leaderboard, see how things are. And look at this, as we were talking about it, Revenant Xspark grand total of the first 2 games is 34, including the 32 points that they got from match number 1. VXT on the other side, very consistent, 32 points, 16 point per match average, and if this is how they're going to keep things going, next Erangel should put them in the first position. Rider Esports, with the help of that chicken dinner, make it to the 3rd. Learn From Past is going to be there with 20 points. Vasista Esports with 24, Wolves with 14, Gods for Reason with 14, FS, the last team on the top 8 of this leaderboard right now with 12 points.
You know, it's so oppressive to see Revenant Xspark get the chicken dinner in the first game with 28 finishes, and then kind of with 26 finishes, and then kind of drop the ball in game number 2 with only 2 finishes, still sitting at the top here. Yes, Rider Esports, they've got the chicken dinner. Versatile did pretty good as well in game number 2, but again, it just shows how much Rondo has an impact into overall point standing, and it could be a make or break for some of these teams, right? Like overall, we play 6 matches in total, but with Rondo, it feels like if you have an amazing game in Rondo, you can make it into a 2-map potential differentials when it comes to points itself.
It gives you a nice little safety cushion to work with, as we are seeing with the side of Revenant Xspark. And again, even though they have missed out on that chicken dinner, Rondo, the number of finishes alone was enough to keep them in a massive advantage. VXT shows up towards the end, just gets those last few eliminations and walks away with the chicken. In this one, it was kind of the opposite. The man from VXT was outnumbered and surrounded by the players of Rider Esports, and they kind of took away the chicken dinner for them. But then again, what is the next Erangel going to look like? It is very important to see, because again, we spoke about this at the start of the day, that here in Group C, the number of teams that have kind of experienced official, the number of individuals that have played at a level like this, and of course have played that Rondo 3 Wrangle 2 Miramar rotation, are kind of aware of the meta as well, is quite significantly higher than what it was in Group B. And that one factor allows these teams and these individuals to adapt on the fly extremely quickly. So again, if they can figure out how to break the code of each other in the next tier angle, there can be a lot of changes in the overall leaderboard.
Yeah, it is going to be very tricky to do so as well here. But again, it is only be 2 games here, at least coming from Group C.
Exactly.
We knew for a fact that this Group C is going to be very, very competitive as well, knowing that this entire group has a lot of experience and also veterans who's played in BGIS and also BMPS as well. So they do have somewhat of experience of how to play this here. But what's really surprising for me was that how Eggy was not really doing what Eggy is usually do as well, just because of the fact that Eggy's signature has always been capitalizing on people's play styles, people's mistakes, or in this particular scenarios here, third party. But every single time they're trying to do so, they're always getting crashed on, and that's just putting in a very unorthodox spot for me here, at least when I'm used to seeing how Eggy leads his team in particular.
Yeah, and right now I think things can be very different for this team and for Eggy himself. Because as you mentioned, yes, previously, earlier on, it was about punishing the mistakes of others, but now you have Troy and Gamla Boy. 2 individuals with incredible firepower that you don't need to micromanage every single time. Those instincts of spotting out mistakes and going for the punishes are going to be there. But then again, you have to capitalize on those individuals as well. Let the firepower loose. Let's see how things turn out in the upcoming match, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, rank.
All right. Second Erangel for today here, day number 3 of the entire grind stages here. This is going to be Group C on their 3rd maps respectively. As we see, the flight path going to be starting off from the southeast corner, heading all the way towards the north side. And Revenant Xspark is going to be dropping onto its Farm 1 spawn. We know their usual drop spots. And interesting enough here, Johnny, compared to how Group D had a little bit of scuffle in Erangel, this group is very peaceful for some reason.
I mean, it looks peaceful, but because of that, the late game stages become extremely unpredictable. And it's basically the 7th circle of Dante's Inferno in there. But at this point, I think this flight path has a lot of thoughts running in my head already, because it's leaning towards the eastern half of the map, but a few key positions towards the central spots are going to be available. We already see Troy Tamilan and Jux Esports take control of the southern island, the military island. Revenant Xspark dropping towards farm. You have Rider Esports in Milta and Milta Power. FS heading west of farm in the middle of nowhere. I believe Ferry Pier is where they are going to head, or maybe just look for vehicles nowhere. But look at that. A drop clash in prison. How rare is that?
Well, I actually did not expect that as well. I thought they were going to head off towards the east side here. Eggy is going to be heading towards Lipovka for sure. I don't think he's going to be going towards a drop clash, right?
They can't glide that far. That's the problem. That's why it's a drop
makes
clash.
a lot of sense as well. Now, Eggy, seems like you are right. They are going to be forced to go head-to-head. GLITCHxREBORN, they're grouped up on 4. Fan OP gets the first knock in. Eggy, first to get down here from across the building. Now, Ralph is all by himself here. He needs to try to find a way to fend himself off here. Smokes has been deployed as well. GLITCHxREBORN looking for the push, but the spray downs from afar from Troy. From the angles through the smoke, finds 2 in the making, and now GLITCHxREBORN is forced to stay in that building there.
This is what I was talking about. Incredible players in the lineup of Team Eggy. And of course, this fight, it's going to be a special one for Ralph OG. He's going up against the org that gave him his first break in 2023. So now it is GLITCHREBORN, 2 players down, and Team Eggy, since they have found those SMGs, they can take these battles, they can take these fights at point-blank range. None of these players have found any armor, I believe, as of now. So Eggy should have the upper hand, and it is going to be Gamla Boy charging forward with the Uzi. They do spot out one man, and it is going to be a 1v2, but they do not succeed in isolating those fights. Down to the last player, GLITCHxREBORN, and he is about to get finished off as Troy pushes up, armed with the Honey Badger. The damage for this weapon has been amped, and Turban has nothing to work with but a pistol, and there you have it. The first squad wipe of the game, a clean one as well. GLITCHREBORN sent back to the lobby packing.
There you go. That's the Eggy I know. I swear, this is not scripted. Eggy Gaming just on fire with this drop clash. And unfortunately for GLITCHxREBORN, they will be the first team to get eliminated. But of course, Eggy, they still got a long way to to actually pick themselves up here. They did not have vehicles. They've got a small little battle, but was that battle worth it? Now, they have to make a choice here. Stay in prison, loot up, or just head towards the Povka and then loot up, and then maybe head into the zone a little bit later for them. Meanwhile, on the screen here, Versatile seems like they are having a little bit of collision here because previously we saw a little bit peaceful interaction here between Versatile and Altitude, but both teams did not have direct confrontation at all.
Yeah, I think it's going to be, again, another peaceful outing for both these two sides. VXT also struggling. Well, VXT isn't struggling, but they do like to play it slow, and Altitude is the team that's struggling a little bit on the overall leaderboard. So there is absolutely no incentive for either of these two sides to fight, considering it's just the start of their journey in the grind. Altitude can definitely have a nice little recovery for themselves if they finish in the top 3 of this game with 6 to 7 eliminations. That should be enough to propel them close to the top 8. On our screens now, though, is Vasista Esports, who started the game off from Georgopol containers, are still present in the northwestern quadrant of the map, with Aura Esports controlling northern Georgopol. Not a long distance for these two teams to move to get themselves inside the play zone, but the problem is it's an open terrain that they have to traverse.
Yeah, there's going to be a tricky spot to work with as well.
Yes.
Considering that when it comes to open warfare as well, like I think during BMIC as well, some of the teams, especially from the internationals as well, they did mention that most Indian teams, they love playing in compounds, whereas international teams, they do tend to lean on towards open play style. So maybe I think this is going to be experimentations coming from Indian teams, I would say. Not a fan, but at the same time, sometimes if you want to look for towards a global stage, maybe you got to start experimenting a little bit more. But it seems like Jux again for the second time they've hit convoys here. And this time, what do they get?
Let's see.
Level 3 helmets perhaps? Well,
Yep.
definitely. Okay, weapons. Are you going to swap? Any good weapons? Nope, nothing much.
Yeah.
No upgrades. You know, it's really sad here considering
Extended mag.
like, think about it this way, right? The efforts to take down a convoy is so annoying, but it doesn't really give you good supply drops.
I mean, it's always going to be luck-based, right? But
Yeah.
I think while that convoy is moving, while that loot truck is moving, since it has a decent amount of HP, it's like a cover in the middle of a fight if you get it. But it's, again, if you are lucky enough for you to be inside of that path. But Jux Esports, the time they've wasted on that Novorepnoi bridge, they got to be cautious because Tamilan Esports show up knocking. Niku, he has that hovercraft. He's looking to fall back, but I believe he has spotted out this cluster of players from Tamilan Esports. There's one player from the side of Jux Esports that's still on the bridge, and if Tamilan aren't aware of his position, he can potentially kick things off with a knock and just swing this fight in the favor of his team. Oh, this fought out amazing. Now that hope is gone.
Yeah, that's going to be a little bit tough spot. You have a Tamilan, they have to be a little bit quicker. Seems like they are going to go for the rush as well. There is, like you said, the convoy available. Amazing has pretty much dipped out of there to safety. But it seems like Tamilan Esports, they are going to try and cut off at least Jux here. A little bit hesitant actually going for the push, as they are a little bit close there. Seems like Tamilan Esports, they are going to let them pass instead. Not risk being boxed in by both Amazing and the rest of the pack. Just because, like you said as well, they've spotted out Amazing. Seems like they're going to crash the stragglers from outside here as Tamilan Esports repositions to try and catch them off guard. It seems like the hovercraft has been spotted out. On the hunt, Jux Esports no choice but to take by Ocean here. Shots may come across there, but it is going to be a little bit of a tricky spot to work with, but it is slightly damaged. But seems like Jux, they're going to be fine. And seems like it's about to explode as well, and I think I did not hear any gunshots. I believe Tamilan Esports tried to shoot from the south side.
Yeah, they did. They did take a few shots on that hovercraft. And a call being made by Jux Esports to not take the risk of using that hovercraft any further. They switch over to those vehicles. Oishani Esports on our screens, not really having the best of days yet. But still, with 4 matches left, including this one, there is going to be hope for recovery. Although, in this particular game, based on where they are, they have to be very cautious right now. There's 4 wolves in the back lines that are moving in that direction. Oishani, they don't have a lot of room to work with. It's an open space. They are on that slope. There could potentially be a threat on the other side of the river as well. But look at this, an isolated player spotted out, and 4 Wolves instantly on the hunt.
Well, speaking of the hunt here, question here is, do they want to get caught out in the open out as well? Because the circle is going to force them into the outskirts. Pretty similar map from just now, circle at least here. Seems like the shelter is still going to be in play here. We are going to be expecting another potential shelter finish, maybe even Yasnaya as well. So 4 Wolves, they dodge a bullet. Oishani is going to be able to push through here, at least from the bridges of Yasnaya. But this migration needs to happen as well. And Versatile, what is up with this rotation here? Because Versatile, they started a journey from Pachinki. Seems like they pushed all the way towards the west side and outside before pushing the zone. So I'm not exactly sure what the game plans was. At least for Versatile, though. Interesting.
Everyone seems to be charging for the center right now. I think Versatile, earlier on as you were talking about it, I think they just wanted to avoid the threat from altitude that they could have faced in Pachinki. And the decision was to move towards Gutka, but that has resulted in them now having to make a very long rotation back towards the eastern half of the map to find a way inside of the circle. It's not going to be easy, but talking about things not going to be easy, I think learn from past are going to make things not easy. That is difficult for the side of Oishani as well, because Oishani Esports was looking for some cover. They were looking to move towards Trident intersection over there, but don't really succeed on the finish feed. Though we do see Revenant Xspark again kicking things off, going after FS, as 2 players, Rishi and Sarvit, have been knocked out. Should be easy finishes for Trace God over here.
Yeah, but they are going to play a little bit slow, though. Revenant Xspark, you know, after an amazing game in Game 1, Game 2, major hiccups has happened. Seems like they are going to be playing a little bit more passive this time. But they do find those confirmations, but it's good to be safe because shots did came in from a different angle. Was able to make it out alive, though. Trace God may have got the initial knock, but it was Punk that helped Finny confirm them with those vehicles. Meanwhile, Eggy still out for a little bit of a run-in. This time, this is going to be their second confrontation against 4 Wolves. Do or die now. As they're going for the flush, Eggy spots out one from the horizon. Balu gets completely knocked here. And 4 Wolves down to only 1 player left. That is a very, very quick takedown there. As Eggy tries to give chase as well. Gobbler Boy using the wrong gun here, trying to spray him through. He's holding the shorties first. Seems like he is going to go give chase.
I mean, they are feeling confident right now. Eggy Gaming, they have 6 eliminations to their name. And Troy is, well, he's feeding himself right now. 4 eliminations secured by this man. Right, they finally decide to back off, secure that one more finish from the side of 4 Wolves. 7 eliminations on the board for Eggy Gaming. And they have a decent spot to work with, at least for the early stages of the game. They are present towards the northeastern edge of the play zone. There's Aura Gaming quite close to them, as we saw Zen scouting the compound where the shots came from. But he wasn't really able to find that line of fire, so they also back off into the open fields, find a small little shack to work with.
Well, speaking of a little bit shack here, Circle seems to be out and open as well. Revenant Xspark. We do see Punk already leading the charge all by himself. Rest of the pack is still kind of out and open. He's going to try and get center control, but there's just not a lot of good spot to work with. And you can see teams are skirmishing to try and find where's the best spot possible. And even GLITCHxREBORN, they do find themselves a decent, awkward center control, but it's not exactly the greatest spot to hold as well. Shelter is up for grabs with Rider Esports, Troy Tamilan Esports, and also Jux looking for contention from the southeast corner. And even then, they don't really want to settle down. They want 4th center as they push up even closer.
Let's see, though. Troy Tamilan Esports, not the best of starts to their day, just 8 points in the first 2 matches. This 3rd game, very important. As you mentioned, that shelter control, having control of these trenches, it can be quite key if the circle again takes a shift down south, but there's Jux Esports on the flank, Rider Esports up north. So there's trouble brewing up if the circle moves up towards the northern side. On the other side of things, we were talking about Versatile not really being in the best of spots, and well, they are forced to take and tank the damage of the blue. FS Esports on the other side. Superman got knocked out. I think he just exited a vehicle while it was still holding a lot of momentum, so he got knocked out. The finish was picked up by Learn From Past. And FS is down to their last player with that.
This is interesting from Versatile. They're actually taking some time to push in the zone to try and follow the blue zone before entering for stage 4 here, hoping that people are going to get very, very distracted and then hope to get a slam there. A very risky play, but hopefully is going to be for the better. Meanwhile, Metal Esports, they're also doing slightly similar, but it seems like they do scout out Versatile. Uh-oh. This is going to be the fight coming in. Metal Esports, they are going to give chase. Versatile, they're not exactly prepared. They've got 3 guys stuck out in the open, forced to take a pit stop. Now the firing squad comes in, and Lycan, he goes down instead. Metal Esports, they trade 1 for 1, but Dead Player with those trays. What a shot from him.
What a trace coming through from Dead Player. 2 players from the side of Metal Esports hitting the floor instantly, and I think the level of coordination Versatile is putting on display is just incredible. Metal Esports did not think this is how the fight was going to turn out, but look at the map. You have Noob from the side of Four Wolves in a position from where he can potentially catch the players of Versatile off guard, because Nate is not looking in his direction, but last player from the side of FS out of the way. He gets picked off. And in fact, Team Eggy is also third-partying this fight. They're going after the knocked players of Team VXT.
Yeah, and as of yet, Four Wolves, the last player from Four Wolves is going to try and capitalize on this as well. Versatile, they can just get completely dismantled there. And again, Versatile, they were hoping to get lucky. Unfortunately, was forced to take a hard pit stop there, commit to that fight against Meadow. And because of that, every single team has just completely gobbled them up. And Eggy looks in for the crash again. And this is just such an Eggy move, right? Punish people's mistakes. And every single time they do so, they take them all out. Meanwhile, from this west side, Troy Tamilan Esports here, they swing by the west, they go in for the crash, and they catch Learn From Pass. As they were a little bit late to rotate out, they catch the last player straggling from behind and take him out.
I know, man. A lot of tough situations developing due to just, I guess, bad luck, because FS getting caught off guard, Learn From Past losing players. VXT, they had an incredible fight against Metal, but still, they are the ones getting eliminated. Metal is still present inside of the game. The moment I say that, Pradhan gets finished up. So there goes Metal Esports as well. Four Wolves Noob somehow surviving for a few extra seconds, I guess. Not a lot of HP on this man. Of course, he's out into the open.
This guy is just surviving as much as he can. He was able to get up some serious points. Unfortunately for him, he's so far away from the top 8, at least here for placement points. And Oishani does have a line of sight for him. Needs to be a little bit careful here, but Eggy Gaming once again on the hunt. They are just hammering on everyone here. Timings is just spot on. See someone making a mistake out in the open, capitalize on that, move, hit and run, and it's been working out this entire game. 11 finishes in the back here for Eggy Gaming.
17 minutes in, 12 teams for 2 players live. And Rider Esports, I think, are now finally looking to capitalize on the momentum from that previous chicken dinner, this time taking on the side of Jux Esports. Franklin has been knocked out, and Rider, they are going to try and go for a revive, but lucky to Noob. Before that, just picks off Rebu. Superb. Oh, he just escapes, runs for his life. Or maybe not, just actually gets behind the smoke. Wants to take out Lucky over here and punish him for overextending. Rider Esports now, there is a potential for a reset for them, but they need to deal with Jux.
Oh, on the hunt, going for the slam. But at the same time here, from another perspective, seems like Lucky to Noob was able to take out Rebu here in that scenario. But for now, Aura, they do have Northern control inside this zone. And Eggy still driving by here as they want to try and crash inside the zone. Aura looking for the hunt, but Eggy can't seem to find an entry point against Aura right now. Their positions are good. But let's take a look at Revenant Xspark here now. They've been laying low for quite some time. Coming from the south, they've lost Punk rather early. And the rest of teammates has to follow through in this scenario, Johnny.
Let's see though, I mean, they have...
Oh, no way, right? Okay, they see him.
They somehow spot him out and finish him off. For Wolves, DOD eliminated from the game on the 12th position. And as we were talking about Revenant Xspark, I think they found a decent spot to work with inside of the zone. Still playing a 2-1 split, where Pain and Trace are the ones on the southern edge of the circle, and Ninja is just in the back lines. Oishani Esports on the northern edge. And from the radar, you can clearly see, learn from past, a little bit south of their position on the other side of this ridge. And Aura on the east, but I don't believe they have a line of fire for the compounds that Oishani has control of right now. But Rider Esports against Revenant Xspark, this is going to be an interesting fight.
Oh, speaking of interesting fights, seems like Rider Esports is going to try and push through. They see altitude out in the open here. They are on the longer way ends of the rotations of the circle itself. So technically, they have to make a move first. So Rider Esports looking to get a little bit of lucky shots in. Unfortunately, doesn't seem to be able to find anything yet. And next up is going to be Revenant Xspark. Going to be forcing to take a stop here, but altitude, they try to make a run for it. They lose two, walks right into the firing squad of both Jux and Vasista Esports. Gets taken out, and Jux eventually goes down here. Altitude goes in for the slam, but they're still getting shot from afar. Clouds, last player remaining, but the car explosion will take him out. That's going to be Vasista Esports that gobbles up those points as well. Altitude out on 10th place, but that's points in the hands of Vector.
3 points for Vasista Esports. They're going to need a few more if they want to get towards the podium right now. And Vasista actually has a very nice spot. They're present towards the western edge of the circle, but since it's an open zone, open field, Vasista, the cover that they have can amount for a lot of finishes in the next zone, especially during the mid-transition, basically. Tamilan Esports also a little bit of high ground to work with, and the ghillie suit on lens. But all of their attention kind of focused on Oishani Esports right now, ignoring Vasista for a bit.
Oh, speaking of ignoring, it's all about this next phase right now, right? Circle is about to close in. Stage 6 on its way. This is where the big chaos is about to unfold right here, right now. New, not exactly a major shift here, but like you said, learn from past, great spot for them. Vasista Esports also having a great spot. This is going to be happy huntings for at least learn from past as well as Vasista Esports. Everybody else needs to push in. Gods, for a reason, from the northeast side, has two options. Push in early, risk getting shot by learn from past and Vasista, and Eggy trails them behind them. So they have no choice but to fight the northeast corner. Whereas southeast corner here, Revenant Xspark still gatekeeping Rider Esports, but they do not have a lot of angles to work with. So exit strategy is very viable, but they have to go in for the cleanup crew. And in the PIP on the west side as well, Revenant Xspark does not have healthy vehicles here. They do have one or two, but they need it for the bigger game. But it seems like Rider Esports, they're hoping to go in for the slam. Names has been dropped in, but Rider Esports, seems like they are looking to try and push this through.
Oh, Ninja, he might get taken out with that nade. It's counting down. Let's see. It does absolutely nothing. But numbers have been equalized in this fight. Rider Esports earlier were there with 4 players. Now it's a 3v3. Make that a 3v2. Revenant Xspark having the upper hand in this fight. And even Baba Yaga in the backline spotted out. A quick and a clean wipeout coming at the hands of Revenant Xspark with Rider Esports eliminated from this game. Now we have Eggy Gaming versus Gods for a Reason happening with Troy knocked out, the star player from the side of Eggy Gaming. But let's not forget, they also have Gamla Boy, and even before I say his name, he gets taken out of the way. Gods for a Reason, they have the upper hand in this fight as Eggy's the last man left standing, and he's surrounded, tries to switch to the shotgun, but not quick enough. Gods for a reason. They get a squad wipe in their hands as well.
Oh, feels bad for me. Eggy, small little mistake. Wrong gun. He pressed, but on screen here, Troy Tamilan also having a three-way showdown. They just wipe up one guy, but it's going to be Aura that has the perfect third parties that cleans them all out. And just like that, we see Learn from Past and also Troy Tamilan Esports gets completely wiped out. Perfect timing. And Aura Esports, they may have cleaned them up. But guess what? Hearing all this massive commotion, it's going to be Vasista Esports as Hexter drove out to take a peek, but doesn't want to commit to this fight. As they know for a fact that Aura, they are bleeding out on utilities here. And it all comes down towards the end game. Do you want to go for the end game or do you want to go for high finishes? And it seems like Shayan has another call to make as well. There's one team on the north. Hasn't exactly accounted for the remaining two teams. It seems like with this gunshots being heard from Shayan, that's the remaining two teams here. And he cleans them all up as well. Shayan, the perfect third party.
And well, Aura is still there though. Sayed, he's playing from a distance, spots out Pain from the side of Revenant Xspark. And Revenant Xspark, I think for them it's just all about just now maintaining a balance between finishes and placements. Top 3 in this game with 8 eliminations. That's a decent outing. But talking about Aura, I think they need that chicken dinner to recover from the losses of the first 2 matches. 6 eliminations secured now. It's just them and Vasista Esports. 4 versus 4. The end game showdown begins. And there is no more cover left. Both the teams have to fight in the open. And Vasista just take control of the complete play zone itself. With Some having this ridge, can potentially pin down the players of Aura Esports. They can't move outside of that house. They're surrounded from every direction. And Vasista is inside the play zone.
Shayan now, they've got them completely boxed in. Aura, they have to push out in the open as well. Hector, he cannot afford to get knocked here. He is throwing necessary nades alongside with Some. And now, all they need to do is just get a very lucky pit. But Aura, they're completely boxed in. Seems like they are going to make a mad dash for this. Sprays are coming from Shayan, but no connection so far. But Aura, they're desperately trying to find an opener, but Some disengages from the fight. Shayan providing cover fire, but no picks whatsoever. As Aura is able to reposition to a different spot. But Shockwave was pretty much left behind here.
He has been left behind, and I don't think he makes it through. Shayan still knows where he is. He takes a lot of damage as well. Just one shot anywhere on him, and there you have it. There's a first man down from the side of Aura Esports. Oh, they try to recover, but this is a bad call. They're going to get sprayed down instantly. Shayan is still there. He's still looking for the knock. They lose a big chunk of their HP bars. And there's the backup beast in the backlines, the star player. He's been chipped away. He has the shotgun to work with, and he takes down one. Swatting flies mid-air. One more man left in the backlines, and that is going to be it. Aura Esports, they get destroyed by Beast, who was just left with like 10 HP. Vasista Esports, a nice chicken dinner to work with, and I think this propels them to that podium that we were talking about earlier.
What a defense here coming in from Vasista Esports. Amazing chicken dinner.
Yeah.
Great attempt from Aura. Had the right idea, but against Beast, who held that rock like a insane hold there. That was just... I don't know what to say. I do not know how to describe this, but that was a very beastly performance.
It was, I mean, it was indeed. And let's not forget, this was the man that was part of the main core for the side of K9 Esports up until last year. Well, up until this year. Now he's decided to switch. But that trio was deadly. And it was deadly for a reason. Every single player of that trio was, well, of the same caliber. And Beast, he was one of the best performers in that lineup as well, that already had pretty high standards. And we get to see why. But for the side of Aura Gaming, I do not understand. They went for a 3-1 split. First, they went towards the right and then circled back and then tried to go for Beast. Commit to one position if you made a decision, and I think that actually would have allowed them to equalize the numbers.
No, I actually kind of disagree. I feel like Aura did the best they could, right? Like, initially, you know, when they were trying to push out, they were actually chasing Gabla Boy as well as Some, but they just could not do so. And the moment they realized that, oh, they were backing out and realized that, hey, maybe we should have focused on Shayan because he's been shooting all by himself. Maybe you can capitalize on that, which is great. They did take him out. Unfortunately, the moment they took him out, they technically should have won that fight against Beast here because Beast was only 1 HP. gets a very nice insane pump in. Oh, we should push, but got pre-fired by Beast, taking out a second player and then taking out the remaining 2 players. So that was a very, very insane clutch coming from Beast.
I mean, we have different perspectives of this because they would have been able to isolate a fight 3v2 against Gamla Boy and Some. Because Shockwave was done for. There was no way Shockwave would have survived because Cheyenne and Beast are taking 2 shots at him. It's a 2v1 in one place and a 3v2. So could have been a numbers game, but again, mistakes were made. They lose the game. Vasista walks away with the win. And that's it, pretty much.
Fair enough. But all things considered here, I think that was a very, very good showing on decision making, right? Sometimes you gotta, when push comes to shove, you have no choice but to make a play. You have to make a play.
Yeah.
It's a hit or miss, but sometimes you do what you gotta do.
Pretty much. I mean, if they won the fight, we would have been saying something else. But they still have more opportunity to secure a win. But for now, we're gonna take a very short break. We'll be back after this. Welcome back after that break, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, the first 3 games done and dusted for Group C in the grind of BGIS 2026. Now we move on to the next 3 matches that involves 1 more Angle and 2 Miramars. This is Super Johnny joined by Salty alongside with me right now. And Salty, it seems like Revenant Xspark, after a mistake being made in game number 2, game number 3 was a nice little recovery. They finished in the top 3 with a decent amount of eliminations. But Vasista Esports, now, big difference could clearly be seen in the decision making between the 2 sides, because as soon as it was down to the 2 teams, Vasista Esports, they move for the center as soon as they realize like it's just us and them, and Aura Esports for some reason just hold back a little too longer, because of which they end up losing the game.
It's completely fine. We saw Beast kind of pick up some aura points over there.
Oh, yeah.
But if you guys also want to pick up some aura points, you might actually get this Frozen Flow cassette for yourselves. It does give you a little bit of aura when you actually pull off clutches like Beast inside of the battlegrounds. But yeah,
Also, I just want to add one thing. Beast picked up aura points, no pun intended.
no pun intended, that 1v3. I mean, it was brilliant. Have a look at this, right? It's not that easy. No matter the experience, no matter the competitive careers whatsoever you've had, I feel like a 1v3 in a competitive circuit, final circle, the pressure is always going to be there on top of you, especially when Beast is not playing in his usual team. This is a new team, new fit, but this was a clutch which he's always pulled. We saw that in 2025, we are seeing that in 2026. He just keeps on performing.
Exactly, but he wasn't the only performer in this game. We had Team Eggy as well putting up incredible finishes on the board. Eggy himself securing 6 eliminations. Then you had Trace from the side of Revenant Xspark with 5. Cheyenne from Vasista Esports with 5. And Troy from Eggy as well, Eggy Gaming as well with 4 eliminations to his name. Eggy Gaming this time, I think as far as the start of the match was considered, because they took an exit in the middle of the game, they were able to pump up those finish numbers. Look at that, just 1 placement point for Eggy Gaming, but 11 eliminations secured. We were talking about Vasista, they have 20 points in total. Aura finished with 13, and Revenant Xspark is going to be there on the podium with 13 points as well.
Absolutely, but there are a couple of names, especially a few big ones, namely Medley Esports. Of course, the banner is big. They've had multiple appearances in the finals as well, but this time it's a new look lineup at 0 points. In fact, all the 3 games that they've played haven't really been their best. It seems like they need a little bit of resurrection. Even GXR need a little bit of resurrection because 1 and 2 points respectively, not enough. Clearly, it seems like the curse on the Hindi desk has moved from Maisie to Anki because Jux Esports, they aren't really fine either. 6 points on board after 3 games. But Revenant Xspark, Vasista Esports and VXT, they look quite decent.
Yeah, they look quite well. On the other side of things, as you mentioned, Revenant Xspark, 47 points. Vasista Esports, we mentioned they are also being kind of consistent, 40 points for them, 20 coming from this previous game. VXT, there was a drop-off for VXT in this particular match because they took an early exit. I do not understand why they would exit Pochinki that way when you know the circle is towards the eastern side. They just went towards Gatka, which was why, and we spoke about this, when they were rotating from the northern side, they were bound to run into a lot of gatekeepers. They did run into Metal Esports, lost out on 2 players, and then Eggy Gaming, unfortunately for Team Versatile, showed up at the right time for a third party and took off those, picked off those 2 individuals that are knocked out in the middle of nowhere, resulting in just Versatile crumbling to pieces.
I think they do tend to have a habit of taking risky rotations. We saw that in the first map of Wrangle as well. Having the high ground and not really in the best of positions where you're the center of attraction for all the teams out there. But I think they like to thrive under chaos. I just hope that strategy works out for them eventually because it's still early times inside of the lobby. Yeah,
I mean, the alternative for what they did could have been just like they wanted to avoid altitude esports. That's not even a question. Versatile right now does not want to fight early. But they could have avoided altitude and also moved towards the zone a little bit quicker, looking to gatekeep the side of altitude esports. Because it's not like Versatile does not have the firepower to be the gatekeepers or deal with 4v4s. We saw that. Middle of rotation, they'd still managed to pick off the players of Metal Esports. But again, that early game passiveness also needs to transition into proactive aggression in the mid game, and I hope they do that in the next Erangel.
Well, we'll find that out because the next map is again going to be the map of Erangel, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to get loaded up pretty soon, just about now. Will Revenant Xspark get their first chicken? We'll find out now.
Alright, it's going to be the last Erangel of the day for Group C. And of course, a lot of expectations have been built up for the big names that are performing right now. And of course, the few outliers that have showed up out of nowhere and are doing really well. Well, they were doing well at least in the first half of the game. We do not know what's going to happen in this Erangel and in the next 2 Miramars. But the flight path this time, it's going to be starting from Lipovka, moving through Pochinki and Gatka and ending towards the central western edge of the main island. This one, I think apart from the military island, you can go pretty much anywhere else.
I mean, you certainly can take your drops. Teams like Revenant Xspark, they do try to take their region south, but...
Look at Eggy and GLITCHREBORN again, the drop clash in Lipovka.
It's going to be fun, I guess. Erangel, certainly the drop in pace, especially after that first match of Rondo. I guess having those drop collisions kind of makes things a little nice for our audience as well, for our neutral viewers who are just here for all the firefights, you know. I guess I'm going to be having fun as well. And look at that, Revenant Xspark towards Milda, Punk staying back. Now that is a big split, learn from past as well. They love to take that school compound, the apartment buildings, kind of try and make that region all theirs. Will split up once again, but it's kind of risky considering that you've got Altitude, you've got FS Esports as well, who will be looking to rotate into that region. And a similar circle pops up in front of us, almost a reiteration of the first Erangel that we had witnessed.
Yeah, pretty much. I think we are getting those central, western, eastern circles today. But I want to say this, we saw Revenant Xspark drop that 4-man split. It was a risky move. They have exceptional players. Otherwise, I would have said that I don't like this drop. Punk dropping away from his team to just get a vehicle. But in the meanwhile, Eggy Gaming, I think in the previous game, both these teams dropped to the compounds just east of Prison onto the flatlands. And it was Eggy Gaming that came out on top in that 4v4. This time, though, GLITCHREBORN have been given their sweet reins and control of Lipovka buildings. And they found a little bit of loot to work with. Let's see how things turn out over there, because Eggy, they are setting up a trap. I think they want to bait them out of those houses.
It's going to be interesting to find out if they can manage to do that. Eggy have a lot of experience, by the way, as well. All these players, be it Ralph, be it Troy, Dreams, Kamala Boy, all of these players, they have been in the circuit for a while, so it's understandable that they know the nooks and crannies of Lipovka.
And it's kind of interesting that it's Ralph in Eggy Gaming going up against GLITCHREBORN, because 2023 it was GLITCHREBORN, Ralph OG.
Yeah, and the Ralph back in those days, I think he was one of the star players. Everyone was looking forward to get this player in their lineup as soon as he came out of BGIS and the season. It's going to be interesting to find out, but I think that was also his best performance in his career so far, because after that, it's kind of taken a dip. So for Eggy, I think all these outliers, all these overshadowed veterans need to pull something exceptional.
Yeah, pretty much.
Even Gamla Boy, as a matter of fact, I mean, in my opinion, he's a champion as well. He won the first title with Somraj and Destro. Yes. So he is a trophy winner, by the way, but ever since those days, I think for Gamla Boy as well, days haven't really been the best.
But I think the most interesting name in that roster has to be Troy, a man that was hailed as a mechanical genius back in the days, put on the bench for I don't know what reason, because Troy still has it. He still, in my opinion, is an incredible athlete. But he was put on the bench, and now with Eggy Gaming, it's a story of redemption for him as well. What happened in the previous game is how I have seen Troy perform when he used to play, and I'm so happy to see him back in that old form again.
You know, a lot of these trends suggest that 2026 is more like a reiteration of 2016. I feel like in the world of BGMI, 2026 is like a reiteration of the year 2023.
See, from what all the memes on social media have been saying, I think 2025 was extremely hard on the entire world. And because of that, everyone this year feels they have nothing to lose, including inside of BGMI, right? Because with how Eggy Gaming is playing and with the stories that we are discussing of the past of these players, what else could they lose, man? They were kicked away from the best rosters they were joining. They were kicked away with the rosters that they kind of started their entire journey from. And it's like a ragtag group of misfits that is coming together. And, well, at this point, they're like, let's just get it over with, do our best and see what happens.
For now, they're chilling in Lipovka, along with GLITCHxREBORN as well, Turban, and all his comrades. We've actually seen them in multiple outfits in different teams proceeding towards round 2, round 3 stages of the tournament, but haven't really seen them perform at the highest stage as of yet. We'll find out if that does happen, but here on towards the right-hand side, eastern side of Pochinki, we've got another clash waiting for it to pop up. It's Team Altitude and Team FS Esports in close proximities. FS Esports, they're kind of split up, which can open things up for Altitude, can open windows of opportunities, but it seems like Altitude, they want to rather focus on themselves, get themselves some concrete covers. That one little bullet that struck the vehicle, I guess that is going to get their attention.
Alright, I have a question. All of my attention was towards that eastern shoreline, watching what was going on with Jux. Would they be able to cross Revenant Xspark, Eggy and GLITCHREBORN in particular? So I did not see, did both Altitude and Versatile just not go to Pochinki this time?
Yeah, Altitude dropped, tried to drop in towards Pochinki, but I guess they kind of looted the squad house outside of Pochinki, moved into a different region, encircled around Pochinki, and now they are where they are towards the Potato Hills. But we'll find out if that can pay them dividends. Good movements along the board. No such big rotations coming through apart from Versatile. They're the ones on the move, moving towards Boatyard, towards Rozok maybe. But since the circle is towards the mainland, I believe majority of the teams will be looking to capture the school building as well as apartments, because you know you're going to be well set till at least stage 5.
I mean, yeah, pretty much. I mean, if you get to the center, be it school apartments, as you said, and those places have a lot of cover available. You won't be required to move up until, as you said, stage 4, stage 5. Unless there's a very hard shift towards the southeastern side, if the circle leads us towards Milta or that Novorepnoy bridge situation. But let's see. The odds of that happening are going to be very low. But we have Vasista Esports on a screen moving west to east. They are quite close to that Boatyard area, which has been recently added where Water City used to be. And with shots being taken, I believe Team Versatile has been spotted out by Vasista Esports.
I guess it doesn't really matter, to be honest. There's still considerable difference. Distance being created by GLITCHxREBORN as well as they go on the move. But all 4 players in one vehicle, it has always been my ache. I don't like this because one good spray and you're down and out.
Yeah, pretty much.
But no real risks nonetheless, Johnny, because see, up north you've got teams like 4 Wolves, which GLITCHxREBORN might look to gatekeep because they are moving towards the regions of Yesnaya, Polyana. You get a lot of loot, the loot which still remains to be seen because Eggy and GLITCHx, that deadlock, did not really allow a lot of freedom to these players to get their desired weapons and ammunitions.
I think it was the opposite. GLITCHREBORN were basically looting the whole time and Team Eggy just stayed back, hoping that GLITCHREBORN would overextend and they would find a pick. And well, now Eggy is going to be forced to chase. They find an opening, but the trade comes through for GLITCHREBORN as Gamla Boy gets knocked out. And this commotion will attract the attention of 4 Wolves from that high ground. Troy, he finds the finish confirmation, but 4 Wolves, they were lying in wait. And as soon as the prey walks in, GLITCHREBORN, for the second time in Erangel, are going to be the first team to be eliminated.
What a conversion that was! 4 Wolves knew exactly what they are planning for. Just had to hold their ground, shoot in tandem, and Eggy, they're going to be thanking their forefathers because they could have very easily been the one to be in GLITCHxREBORN's shoes. They could have been the one to rotate inside of 4 Worlds and gotten themselves taken down. Nonetheless, we move on to another fight, ladies and gentlemen. Vasista Esports and Versatile. Nobi looking to create that flank. The rest of the players still in the back lines, but it's Shreyan who's looking to make that entry, and I'm not really sure if that is going to be a good idea. Gets a little bit of the TPP angle, but still gets taken down. Shotguns from Vasista Esports, sing the songs of death. Meanwhile, the rest of the players from Vasista, do they close in the distance? They do, but they do fall as well, Johnny.
I have a feeling that VXT is being hunted by the players of Vasista Esports because we saw the positions of these teams a few moments ago when VXT was in Boatyard and Vasista Esports was in Ruins. And from there, both the teams have moved south. VXT down to the last player. And Beast, he doesn't want to leave Dead Player alive. He wants him to live up to his name, but Dead Player ain't dead yet. Walks down the stairs, takes down Beast. And now looks to lob the nade to see if he can equalize the numbers and pick off Shreyan. It's a 1v3 situation developing. And he's still looking for those extra frags. No finish confirmation coming through yet. Beast is still just knocked out. Not finished off.
Something might happen, Dead Player. Looking to find that opening with that nade. There is not a lot of support for this lad though. The entirety of the team of Vasista Esports is still standing. Just one player knocked out. That is not good news for Dead Player. They went from the back lines. It is going to be Hector who will clean things up. We've seen Dead Player pull off these clutches before, but this time it was not really in his favor, is it?
Yeah, not really. I mean, the way he took down Beast was nice to watch, but then again, it's a 1 versus 4 situation, so not a lot of opportunity for him to do a lot over there unless Vasista Esports just makes blunder after blunder. The players mess up individually, whiff sprays, run in without communicating, and those sort of things. But Jux Esports, now this is a very late rotation. We saw Jux drop towards Nova Repnoi, and they are rotating through that military bridge. They're going to breach the circle from the southwestern edge. But it all works out. There's absolutely no one there in those southwestern fields, so they should be able to stay safe at least for a little bit.
Revenant Xspark are actually traversing to that region. I guess they've quickly realized that there's an empty spot. But Johnny, if you're driving with me just like that, I'm never going to play with you ever again.
I don't know how to drive a car, by the way.
I'm talking about inside of the game.
Oh, yeah.
Just have to press buttons. And ladies and gentlemen, if you want to press buttons and look cool in the same way as well, make sure you get the Porsche. It's lovely. And it's also pretty useful as well. And it's fast, most importantly.
It's a Porsche.
It's a Porsche.
Why would you not want a Porsche?
I want one in real life.
Me too, but the odds of getting a Porsche in BGMI are much higher than in real life. So,
oh, certainly.
Yeah, I'm going to get one in BGMI instead.
We're going to start off with one in BGMI. Maybe the audience can follow as well. Start off on inside of BGMI and then move on to real life. But nonetheless, ladies and gentlemen, coming back to fights that happen in front of us. FS Esports and 4 Wolves. There's a little bit of an engagement. Sarvit in the front lines has been knocked out. The rest of the 3 players from his lineup It seems like they are going to let him sacrifice his life for nothing.
I mean, does Eggy Gaming not want to play after GLITCHREBORN is gone from this game? Because we just saw their players getting knocked out by the play zone.
Yeah.
And they've been left all the way towards prison where, I mean, 4Wolves would have had an opportunity to pick them off, but 4Wolves rotate early. And as you were talking about it, a run-in against the players of FSC Esports and Rider Esports from the distance, also taking shots onto Noob. He lobs out a smoke, some more movement space for him to work with, but he needs to get himself on the other side of this mountain. Otherwise, he's in the direct line of fire of two different teams.
I like Rider Esports, to be honest. They are pretty opportunistic.
Yeah.
They don't really take risks at all. In fact, they find openings, little chinks in the armor of their oppositions and make sure that they punish it as much as they possibly can. But ladies and gentlemen, we have been talking about the Frozen Floka for a while now. I mean, it's pretty. I might even declare that she's my new crush, but sadly she's inside the game. But you can get the dress at least.
What if I am wearing that skin inside of the game? What does that make us, Salty?
I'm speechless, Johnny. I'm
heartbroken right now. I thought we were friends, man.
Yeah, not that kind of friends.
Why not?
Not that kind of friends. I wouldn't want to be that kind of friends with you. I don't have a dearth of friends like that, Johnny, so I'm good.
We would have found a name better than Deadly Duo.
Lovely duo.
Yeah, that would have been nice.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, talk about a lovely duo. It seems like Troy and Eggy being the lovely duo here. Both surviving on very low HP.
Look at those HP bars. What is that?
No healing utility, and that is problematic. He has neither does he have a painkiller nor energy drinks. Does not have bandages to patch himself up. But no first aid kits either. Lipovka drop for Team Eggy has been disastrous.
I think it's just they for some reason they are just after GLITCHREBORN. That's all they want to do in the early game. And now I think we see on the map that running into gods for a reason, it can be deadly for Eggy Gaming unless they find some quick heals for themselves. But altitude, now this is a switch up. They went to Pochinki, went to the Potato Hill, now are back in Pochinki with Metal Esports and Aura Gaming. And altitude, well, they start things off quite well, in fact. Pick off one player from the side of Metal, dwindling their numbers down to 2. And if they get a squad wipe, they get a decent map control of this Pochinki city, which is going to be required because the circle is between Pochinki and school. That's an open space, not a lot of positions. There's one shack in the middle of all of that open field, and I think Learn From Past have already taken control of it.
It's not just that. Look at this. Lixin, if I pronounce his name correctly, I think was the man who was completely surrounded by altitude players. Will be the first one to fall. Metal Esports not looking really good because Akash is the only one who is still standing strong.
Eggy Gaming has been eliminated from the match, Salty.
Wow.
And the elimination happened because the last man, Gamla Boy, was Molotoved by Eggy. Well, he ran into Eggy's Molotov because Eggy got finished off a while back.
I have nothing to say again. I'm getting speechless by these players, by the plays, by you. I don't know, man. I can't even do my job of commentating at this point.
I'll leave you speechless. That's a compliment, you know. But anyways, Revenant Xspark, they have left us speechless multiple times today. So far in this game, they've been quite peaceful. They have been quite restrained. But now, I think finally spotting out the players of Oishani Esports, they took a few shots. Looking to move inside of the zone, but it's not going to be easy.
What is this rotation? 3 hovercrafts?
Why not?
I mean, it does make you slow, but then it can tank a lot of damage. I don't really know what they're planning, but it certainly looks nice because we haven't really seen something like that before. But what we have seen is multiple third parties, and Aura Esports is looking to get one themselves. Needs to initiate that fight as altitude. They kind of fall back a little bit. Successful pushback from Aura Esports to reclaim lost territory inside of Pochinki. But I feel bad for Akash, to be honest, because in the midst of this chaos, this man all by himself it's going to be tough times for him, for sure.
Oh, for sure, but tough times across the board being caused by the players of Revenant Xspark. But this run in against Rider Esports, it's going to be tricky. Look at what Ninja is doing. He's just swinging that Lamborghini around with that hovercraft. Even they can't do much about it. They just want to get them away from Trace. But the finish is going to be confirmed by Baba Yaga. Now, Franklin wants to push the players of Revenant Xspark back, and well, there's the third party from the top of the hill as well, with Punk getting knocked out. So, Revenant Xspark now left in a 2 versus 6 situation, because Rider Esports has 4 players. FS had 2 players on top of that hill, and Pain and Ninja, they just make a call for running into the center of the circle, and the run-in is going to happen against the players of Learn From Past, Revenant Xspark. Ooh, this is the worst performance in the entire day. 0 points. Oh, 1 point. They get 1 point in this game.
It's still the worst performance, by the way, but I'm not sure. Are they trolling? Because I haven't really seen that gameplay in a while in the competitive circuit. 3 hovercrafts, and
Yeah, this was a troll game, I guess.
the move where he was just pushing around the Lamborghini with a hovercraft. What was that?
So I'm going to try and justify what happened, right? I'll be the devil's advocate.
All right.
I think what he wanted to do was he wanted them to stay in that Lamborghini because it's an expensive car. You do not want to leave it out into the open like that.
All right. Maybe. I'm not really sure, Johnny. With arguments as strong as yours, you might be able to explain anything in the world, but something which we can't really explain is 4 Wolves holding onto their shack, but still, in spite of being a man down, they're taking shots against G4R. Why would you do that? Why would you draw their attention?
Well, I think 4 Wolves, at least in this game, their firepower is looking incredible, so maybe they just feel like they can win this fight. Gods for Reason, they are stuck out into the open, and of course, Rider Esports is moving in. So, Gods for Reason, I think they are going to be the ones in trouble, not 4 Wolves, or maybe I just spoke too soon, because all of the nades are being lobbed towards 4 Wolves DOD, and Immortal is just barely surviving with a sliver of HP. Avnish and Bhalu, they need to do something, because Noob and Immortal, they've drawn too much attention, but Gods for Reason, they show up. The distraction, the rescue of 4 Wolves happening at the hands of the opponents. Rider Esports losing out on Baba Yaga.
Gods for Reason, they're looking solid, by the way. Rider Esports coming into the picture. And by the way, it seems like Rider Esports and Revenant Xspark, they've had a rivalry in the past as well. And now, once again, it seems like it's been reignited by the first 2 games. And of course, this game as well, where Rider Esports just took them out. But we'll talk about that a day later, because it seems like Troy Tamilan, 4 Wolves, G4R, they are in a triple threat encounter. Shots connecting as the window gets popped off. It is Hexel who finds that connection. Finishes being secured. 4 Wolves still trying to come in from all angles. And Troy Tamilan, all of a sudden, it seems like their firepower has been chopped in half.
Yeah, Troy Tamilan Esports, I think they had the same intention as Rider Esports. They wanted a third party, 4 Wolves, and pick them up, but that doesn't really work out. They lose bodies. 4 Wolves as well have started to lose players now. They're down to the last man, Immortal. He's getting pushed by Hexe, and the finish confirmed by Gods for Reason. 7 eliminations secured by this team in this game. They are looking solid, as you said. But let's see, there's Learn From Past moving in as well from the slope. That's what, like the 5th team to show up for this hill, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And this is not even the center of the circle, by the way.
Yeah, it's not.
It's the edge. It's the far southeastern edge of the circle, but still 5 teams just land up in a fight and go against each other. That is one of the reasons why inside of Stage 5, we only have 7 teams left. But look at these explosions. Learn from past. In spite of being a third party, it does not seem like they're quite healthy. Hitman once again strikes. It's just 1 man left going for the flyby, and have they done the deed? Not yet. Rush Boy in the backline just keeping Learn From Past alive, but all their frontline assaulters are on their knees, which means these points are up for grabs.
And Gods for Reason showing why the name says Gods for Reason. 10 eliminations secured. Hitman has been knocked out, but I don't think it's going to be a difficult revive because they've cleaned up their surroundings completely. There is no one left around this hill. As we were talking about, there were 5 teams that showed up, and Gods for Reason are the only ones that survive. On the other end, though, quite literally, because this is going to be the western edge of the circle, we have Vasista Esports trying to find a way to get themselves inside of the edge, which for them is being gate-kept right now by Rider Esports. But I think this should be a cleanup. Yes, a 3-pointer coming through for Hector. And the finishes are going to be secured by Vasista Esports. Even Vasista is doing quite well. 9 eliminations on the board.
You know, this seems like Hector 2.0, by the way, Johnny.
This is Hector 3.0.
Possibly. Because just a while ago, I had heard rumors where Hector, because of health reasons, he was actually quitting esports.
I don't think there were rumors. I think he was the one who posted the story.
Exactly, right?
Yeah.
He said that on his streams, and then the clips were being circulated by news channels and everything. But then looking at Hector inside of Vasista, once again, rebuilding a lineup like this and playing individually so strong, I think he is coming back with a statement that he has got something to prove.
I mean, for sure. He has had something to prove ever since the iconic lineup with Omega and the boys was split up.
Gohan.
Yeah. And since then, I mean, taking the role of the IGL as well was a big deal. So he did quite well in the first tournament that he played in as an IGL. And I think after that, there was a massive dip. So now again, 3.0, the third attempt being made by Hector and the boys. This time again, Some, Beast and Shayan. Incredible players surrounding him. And yet, he still has the highest finishes in the game so far, for his team at least.
Absolutely. And I wouldn't be surprised if Hector does have the highest finishes in terms of the entirety of today. I mean, he might get a little bit of competition from Trace God, but I guess these are two players who have had massive numbers. But again, for Hector, I think he's special because he's pulled off support roles, he's pulled off IGL roles, and now he's pulling off assaulter roles as well. An all-rounder, must say.
He is an all-rounder. He has always been an all-rounder because remember, all of this started from the days of Dr. Hector, where he was just sent in a particular IC map to do heal battles. I'm not even going to take that name. I hate that map.
Particular IC map. Do you hate everything that has IC in it?
No, I like IC, but not the map.
Do you like IC Baby, though?
Yeah. Ice, baby.
Well, well, well. A lot of love on the desk, ladies and gentlemen. Not so much in the battlegrounds. Vasista Esports still taking pot shots. This time it is against Gods for a reason. Jux Esports from the backlines. I love the way they are making their presence felt, not really giving a lot of space for Vasista Esports to move about in this particular territory, taking shots, making their vehicles immobile. But I really want Jux to actually take this fight because that would give them control of the entirety of the western part of the circle.
And they really need to do that if they want to play the end game even for a second, because unless they deal with Vasista Esports, Gods for a reason, look at the zone. Gods for a reason has control of basically half the circle all to themselves. The eastern half is all theirs from the north to the south. And then towards the west, you have Jux Esports toward the northwestern edge, Vasista Esports outside the zone, straight up towards the western side, and then two individuals, Rushboy from Learn From Past and Manas from Altitude Esports present towards the southwestern edge of the circle. So the western half is cluttered up with a lot of different teams, but the northern side, it's just one team, and they have the high ground advantage of being at the top of the hill. This has to be a chicken dinner performance coming through from Gods for a reason. And Salty, guess what? If they actually get the chicken dinner, then they're going to push Revenant Xspark to the third position in the overall leaderboard.
Potentially. And with the way Revenant Xspark have been playing in this match particularly, I think they deserve to be pushed past that second position. But we'll find out. Vasista and Jux, this is a duel that needs to happen right now. But from the map that we have, it seems like from LEFP, Rushboy as well, certain shots do come in towards Vasista. And that causes enormous confusion. Some will go down. Hitman will secure that frag. 11 on the board already. And this is good news for these undergods because now they are starting to dominate the circle. Enormous map presence, enormous map control. They just need to convert this chicken.
Yeah, but sad news for Jux Esports. Superb was the last man left alive. He gets picked off. One man from the side of Gods for a reason shut down, but Vasista Esports, they were down to two players. One more man dropped to the floor. Hector is going to be the last man left alive, and he is going up against Hexy. But from the back lines, it is going to be Beast OG who gets that finish for his team. Hexy knocked out, and now it's Altitude Manas left to secure a 1 versus 3 against Gods for a reason. He's going to go down to the blue. No! The finish comes through, and the chicken dinner as well, and that propels this team on the second position in the overall leaderboard. In a single game, Revenant Xspark have gone from being first in the overall leaderboard to third.
I mean, If you play like that, especially with three hovercrafts, to knock your opposition's vehicle, that is exactly what's going to be happening. G4R, they are playing like they've got something to prove, to be honest.
They have something.
I love that approach.
Yeah, I mean, it's the early rounds of the grind, and if you have the momentum early, you're going to feel confident throughout the entire tournament, unless you make a big mistake. But a start like this, it is incredible. The players need to stay motivated and they need to stay confident in their own skills. They were confident, they were taking fights proactively, and my favorite moment is going to be that hill defense that started off with Gods for Reason, and there was 4 wolves present, 3 different teams show up. Gods for Reason, they take on all of them over there.
Even Vasista Esports as well, which was commendable.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, of course, Vasista Esports, they were duking it out against Jux. They were fantastic before. Especially with all the nades. Hector personally as well, we saw brilliant instances of brilliance coming in from him, but then this was the push that actually resulted them in taking majority of map control. There was absolutely nothing that this lad could do, but learn from past. Amidst all of this chaos, I think they've actually secured podium finishes, very crucial position points for this team.
Yeah, they've been playing around placement points quite a lot, and I think because of that, by the end of the day, they should be able to hold a spot into the top 8. Depends on how the upcoming 2 Miramars go. Altitude as well. I think a nice little recovery coming through for Altitude Esports, because with how the early rotations worked out for them in this game, with that Pochinki exit to the Potato Hill, then dropping back in Pochinki, it was never going to be easy for them, but somehow they make it work.
Somehow they make it work. Somehow these teams make it work. And of course, somehow Vasista Esports move past Revenant Xspark and move on the #1 spot on the overall standings. Now, it remains to be seen, can they stay there till the end of the day? Because a certain flip is about to come in. Erangels are done and dusted, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to be back with the maps of Miramar very, very soon. So make sure you take a little bit of a break. We're going to be right back after this. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back, especially like we said after a very short break. And since now Erangels are done and dusted, we are back with IC Baby 124, that map of Miramar. A little bit of switch up pace that is to be expected, I see. But of course, that last map of Erangel, I want to know your thoughts, because again, Vasista Esports seems to be extremely consistent. But finally, we get to see somebody dominate other than Revenant Xspark, other than VXT, other than Vasista. It was G4R.
You know, I won't lie as well here. Gods for a reason, they have been somewhat consistent. They just could not find opportunities to actually crash their way through here. And I really like the undergods rising in this particular match.
Absolutely. And of course, if you also want to rise inside of your game, ladies and gentlemen, then there's a lovely set which you have to get for yourself. It's a lucky spin which includes Peaky Blinders set. And you can dress up like Thomas Shelby or possibly like Arthur Shelby inside of the game, which does make you a little cool. I mean, who doesn't like a gangster vibe when you are in the battlegrounds?
Well, you'll probably see us on the grand finals with those suits, huh? We just gotta find the top hat.
I think Johnny has a top hat. The trench coat is.
Well, it's not really a top hat. I just don't know what it's called. The
It's
top
called
hat's
a.
like the
It's called a Shelby hat.
Okay, fine. The Shelby hat it is then.
Well, nonetheless, we're gonna get trench coats. We're gonna get waistcoats as well. We're gonna dress up like that, possibly in the grand finals. I see that is a deal. Is
That's
it?
100% deal.
That is a 100% deal. But we move on to the MVP, ladies and gentlemen. Moving ahead with the show, it is Cheyenne from Vasista Esports. 5 finishes, 954 points of damage. We saw Hector as well performing really well, which means Vasista Esports, they do not have shortage of finishes in this game. Have a look at that. The top 5 players, Cheyenne, Hitman, Hexel, as well as Hesperos.
Well, this is going to be a little bit interesting as well, because if you pay attention towards how things has kind of scattered here as well, I think obviously Vasista Esports is still very, very consistent as well. They have been very aware of situations where usually it comes out of control, and I really like that their macro decisions has been still very, very spot on. Like, it shows that, hey, why Vasista Esports is such a top team based off their experience, right?
Yeah.
Despite all the circumstances that they had as well, they have been placed consistently in the top 3 in almost every single match. I wouldn't say every single match top 3, but at least the top 5 with high scoring points.
In my opinion, I think Hector also has had the best lineup in a while. Some, Cheyenne, even their 4th player. Amazingly done, but G4R, look at that, at the top of the leaderboard, 24 points, 16 for Vasista Esports, 4 volts on 10, and then you've got Altitude on 9. The rest of the teams, a rather average showing, including Eggy, including Revenant Xspark. I'm not really sure what's going wrong with Eggy, but certainly it's going horribly wrong for Metal Esports and GXR, because on the overall standings, they stand almost nowhere.
Okay, so Revenant Xspark is currently got no chicken dinner. With that amazing performance from Rondo, they still retain number 2 spots here. So, Gods for a Reason pushes up top 3 instead of top 2. Puts them at 47 points. VXT goes towards a tumble with 4th place here, 34 points here. Learn from Past pushes up in top 5 here with 30 points. Rider Esports with 28 points. Aura with 7, 25th, 24. Not that much of a difference here, because in the bottom 8, still things can get a little bit of a difference here. Tamilan Esports was 24. I was expecting Eggy to push up in this game, considering the fact that, pay attention to this, Eggy has gotten 21 finishes in total, but only 2 placement points. So hunting, gunfires, looking for finishes has been working well for Eggy. Just not enough placement points to push them higher in towards the leaderboard, which is starting to show here, especially for Vasista Esports. You can see 17 position points, 11 for Revenant Xspark, Gods for Rain with 16, etc. So I feel like Eggy is in a situation where they do have the mechanical firepower to pick fights, just not enough to close up the games.
This is supposed to have that mechanical firepower because their players are literally one of the most experienced in the community, right? You've got Ralph, you've got Eggy, you've got Gamla Boy, who is a winner himself. So, and rightfully pointed out, I think they've got the 4th highest number of finishes inside of the lobby, but still, just because of the position points, I think they're placing so low. At certain points, their positioning just does not really make any sense whatsoever. They're still making it out somehow or the other.
I'm not used to watching Eggy like this, right? Like, with Eggy as the core leader in this game, as well as the IGL, he's been known to play positionally, playing very strategic positions and compound, and then just camp their way and punish people for making mistakes, right? But this time, they're punishing people, but not camping. But they're looking for fights, third parties all the way through, and getting finishes, but they just can't close up games. So I'm not used to seeing this version of Eggy at all.
It's still completely fine, I guess,
Yeah.
because the points difference that we had noticed, there's a big vacuum between the
Yeah.
3rd and the 4th spot. From Eggy, who was in the 10th position,
Yep.
to the 4th spot, there's just about a difference of, 11 points. So
Basically, one good game, they're in top 8.
one good game, they are going to be in the top 8. But will that come on the map of Miramar is the question, because we saw in the past 2 days, Erangels have been drastically slower than as compared to Erangels and Rondo. So I'm not really sure if this team, especially with 2 position points, can handle that amount of pressure with patience.
Well, for all things considered here, we've pretty much concluded Erangel's matches for today itself. So now we are going to be having another switch here in terms of gameplay, tempo, and overall play styles as well, because we're going to be jumping in towards the map of Miramar, and this is where things get very, very prolonged and very tactical here, because without further ado, we're going to be jumping straight into the game right now.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, it seems like the desserts are back online as we fly on top of this dusty little map of Miramar. I said little, but it's actually enormous. And of course, that does result in the teams having so much space in between themselves, the matches being drastically long, but that is what we love about Miramar, a competitive heaven, to be honest. But the flight path, if we talk about it, it is the most standard flight path which you can get on the map of Miramar, just dissecting the map in two equal halves, starting off from Puerto Paraíso, moving on towards Trailer Park Ruins. You can go literally anywhere unless you want to go towards the far corners of Campo Militar or possibly towards Prison or Milas del Sur, I guess. Apart from that, you're pretty much good.
Well, speaking of pretty much good here, what's really surprising about Group C is that, yeah, we did see a lot of drop clashes in towards Rondo, but Erangel, from all three games, it has been very peaceful overall. We do see a couple of tensions between Altitude and also Versatile in particular in Pochinki. But in Miramar, I think I'm expecting it here, considering this is going to be the first time playing against each other, especially for this year itself and this respective group and also lineups as well. So I am expecting some sort of switch-ups. But guess what? Revenant Xspark, right from the get-go, they are going ham against Vasista Esports, and Ninja John was able to get a couple of melees in. They do lose one down, but it is an all-out brawl. Ninja John finds himself a gun there, tries to take a couple jabs in, but Trace God is able to scare off the rest of Vasista Esports, but you can see he is on the run. Hector holding this SKS, finds a pick on towards Punk. Punk tried to melee him, but he's still running around. It is an absolute cat and mouse game right now as Hector, last player left for Vasista, has only the SKS and has been running around circles, toying with Revenant Xspark. This is just an absolute wild goose chase, but eventually they take him out, and Revenant Xspark cleans out Vasista Esports.
Exactly right. They were not the ones who were toying out. He lifts up the crate.
Ninja John. Okay.
Take it inside, my friend. I really wanted him actually to pick up the crate and take it inside, but nonetheless, it was fun to witness a drop clash between Vasista and Revenant Xspark, and right off the get-go, tabletoppers have been thrown off the lobby. Brilliant stuff, but we move on to Team Eggy, a team who specialized in firepower, 21 finish points, fourth highest inside the lobby so far, as Eggy just waits in patience, looking for his opportunity to find the opening. Up front, of course, it's going to be Tamilan Esports and two players. It seems to be like a cat and mouse chase where both the teams are looking for the other to make some unforced errors. Is that going to come through? That will be a big question.
Well, considering that I didn't want to jinx it, but guess what? We are going to be seeing a lot of drop clashes coming through. Eggy, losing Gambler Boy right from the get-go. It is going to be a 3v4. Tamilan Esports on the top side and Eggy Gaming on the bottom side. And this is where things get a little bit interesting here. Tamilan Esports, they're hoping for Eggy to push up unexpectedly. But seeing how Eggy does have an explosive bow to work with only one arrow in play, he can look to try and check the corners, but the problem is the door control is in favor of Tamilan, and he doesn't seem to be able to find an angle to pick him off. So it has to be very precise, but it is a one-way trip, completely funneled in favor of Tamilan Esports right now. So getting a nade is great. Eggy is holding down the fort, but the rest of the teams here, or in this case, the rest of the players here, is going to be hard to push through. But it seems like Tamilan Esports, they actually made an exit down. And it seems like they are going to go for a pinch here. They left Lens all the way to the top. And the rest of Tamilan Esports is going to be on the hunt on the ground floor. Ralph is going to be proned up, not making a sound. Troya also going to be playing on the first floor as they check every single corner. Ralph finally tries to regroup upstairs, but they're all in one same corner. Finally going for the push. There's going to be one down. They trade 1 for 1, but this time they will be the ones on the high ground instead. Now the rest of Tamilan, they want to try to take this as well. Troya with the shotties. Gets one palm, gets a knock in. It seems like they have been able to find the equalizer here for Eggy.
This is good strategy coming in from Eggy Gaming as well. As soon as they knew the Tamilan, they were kind of getting a little restless. They tried to push up north, and that is exactly where they found Lens unguarded. All by himself, numbers advantage for Team Eggy, which resulted in them finding the opening. And now Tamilan Esports, they are on the back foot, as one of their players is quite low on HP. I'm not really sure how Tamilan Esports are looking to battle that. Hesperos does have a lot of experience, so he will try to think for a way out, but I don't really see any.
They have to be very careful about this here. Like, meds are low, utilities are done as well. Eggy this time have a little bit of advantage here just because they've looted out the bottom ciphers before pushing up. But the question here is, now exit strategy is on towards Troy. And while all this commotion is happening as well, Superman from the far horizon FS did hear a couple shots in, but it's just unsure whether or not he wants to try and join this as of yet.
We'll wait for the map to pop off as well because we are yet to find the zone. Have a look at this. Medal Esports are right at the dead center. You've got FS and Troy Tamilan Esports in close proximities. And not just Troy Tamilan Esports, you've got Eggy in the same building as well. So FS Esports, if they do read their finish feed right, potentially keep an eye out for all those gunshots. There might be a position for a third party, but nonetheless, barring that fight, I guess we have nothing to look out for. Also have a little bit of a hiccup on towards La Cabrera region. You've got VXT and Team Altitude quite close to each other. They're both rotating. They're both moving in towards the northern part of the circle. But as of yet, Team Troy Tamilan Esports, they are yet to find an opening against Eggy. They're just holding on, giving back the same strategy to Eggy that they fall prey to.
Okay, Eggy is going to try and check the corners with those explosive balls. Unfortunately, could not find damage at all. It was so low as well for Troy Tamilan Esports, but Troy made a little bit of mistake. Eggy was able to get the refrag as well. He's going to be all good. Now the resets comes through. Eggy back to back once again, playing formations after formations, but he got clip while slacking off in an off angle here. Needs to get a little bit of meds in, but they do not have meds to work with. Eggy, 1 HP. He's desperately looking for meds as well as Troy Tamilan Esports. Last player looking on the merry-go-round. Well, not really last year. There's one on top. Aiden sees him out, but he misses the shot. Too low to hold down the fort. Gets taken out. And only one remains for Troy Tamilan Esports all the way at the top. And even then, he's down to his last HP. He's only got shotties here. The reset comes through. They are going to try and pull bodies for this. Oxid was scattered out, but the pre-fire from Oxid leaps onto his Ralph there, clips him off pretty low, and they're all so low this time. Again, the shotties just so strong. It's double barrel. He's only got 2 shots. He needs to hit 3 people. It's going to be tough. He misses his action, gets flanked from behind, and Eggy wipes the floor with Troy Tamilan Esports. A very long, drawn-out fight, eventually succeeded by Eggy Gaming.
Absolutely. At least they came on the top of it without a lot of casualties. I mean, Gamla Boy, he was one of the most consistent players from last season, but in spite of that, it seems like this season, he could not really replicate that performance. Once again, Eggy Gaming will have to carry on with just 3 players. And this was a very technical fight right from the get-go itself. You saw the way Eggy Gaming countered Troy Tamilan's push by falling down, jumping down, and then trying to outnumber just the one player who was up top. I think that was Lens.
Yeah, that was just insane, right? I think Troy Tamilan Esports, they had the right idea, just did not realize that, you know, Eggy just stuck together. Like, everybody from Troy Tamilan Esports just gave them isolated fights, which allowed Eggy to just kind of win that. But hold that thought for now. So it seems like we are going to be having a little skirmish here. This is going to be Aura having a little bit of collision here with Gods for a Reason. The previous winner, chicken dinner winner. And this time, they're dropping down pretty low. Seems like they do have a hovercraft to work with, but Shockwave from afar getting shot here. Hitman providing cover fire. And Gods for a Reason, they are going to be able to disengage from this fight to reset. Meanwhile, Shockwave, he is going to be left stranded all by himself here. Needs shit to kind of save him, but it is going to be a very tricky spot to work with, considering how spread out Gods for a Reason are. And even then, all these gunshots has been heard by Learn From Past, so they may look to try and third-party this.
It does not seem like they had a reason, I'm talking about G4R, to actually fall back. It was an amazing opportunity for a third party, but it seems like in other news, it's Spunk under fire. His vehicle is smoking up, but Revenant Xspark, 4 finishes on the board already, 4 players in a pretty good position. They are looking to protect their numbers this time around, playing with a little bit more structure that we saw from the map of Erangel. Erangel was really hilarious, to be honest. 3 hovercrafts just colliding against Lamborghinis. Didn't really make sense.
Yeah, and Shockwave still pretty much stranded as well. Gods for a reason, trying to re-engage, hoping to check that, hey, maybe they might have picked themselves up, but realizes it's still knocked, doesn't want to go and risk themselves for the confirmation. So that's going to be the disengagement coming in. But considering that Gods for Rain has only got 2 players here, very risky this position to be in. Hitman down, Hexa was also down as well. Not exactly a spot you want to be in. So Shockwave will be able to pick up. Zin does have the angles, and he does keep tabs onto where Gods for a Reason is. So fortunately for Aura, they get 2 confirmations, and they get the full reset. So nicely done from Aura Esports.
Nicely done, right? Aura Esports. This is also one of those undergod teams I've been looking forward to, because unless it was Beast's supremely technical 1v3, it was Aura Esports all along the way. They had gotten themselves finishes, they had gotten themselves good positioning. We saw good talent coming in from this lineup as well. And in terms of points, I think they've done decently well. They are in the mid-pack inside of the top 8 with 27 points. Few good games, and Aura can actually push past that top 4 as well. So we'll find out if that does happen. But have a look at this. Ooh. What a slow-mo, and what a shot from Team Altitude. Shreyan 7. He thought it would have been actually a hero's entry, but should have actually slowed down that buggy.
Okay, that was a very sick scene there.
Oh, yeah.
Did not see that at all, but nice little replay here. Altitude was able to pick one off on the sides. It just feels bad for the other guy. Got shot. What an angle. But speaking of which, the circle is going to be shifting in towards the center of the circle. Pretty much on the east side of water treatment. Learn from Pass has already got center control. 4 Wolves on the north side. Jux is on the west side. Water treatment. I think this is pretty okay, but I really like Aura's position right now, just because it has more alternatives to work with from the high ground. But it applies pressure to everybody else. Learn from Pass does have a compound to work with, but it's pretty much a no man's land kind of compound where once you go in, it's hard to get out because everybody else is going to be able to see you inside. So you don't really have elevations to pick through. But of course, if the circle favors there, well, they have one of the best spots to work with.
I mean, I wouldn't really prefer any compound around that road that cuts through water treatment and Cruz de Val, I guess. That is one stretch of land, one strong highway that has so much open grass, so much open spaces, which makes it extremely difficult for you to make those micro adjustments. Like you said, once you are inside the compound, you are locked in forever. But if the circle does favor you, maybe those concrete covers can provide you a little bit of a safer haven. Meanwhile, on the other side, towards the south of the map, we can see from the feed itself that Revenant Xspark might be heading onto a fight. It is Eggy Gaming who are approaching them, coming in from outside the circle. It's going to be interesting, but VXT quite comfortable over here. I think they are in need of a big game because in spite of consistent performances, I think VXT are yet to make that solid mark, that championship mark that the last roster had left us with.
Well, a very tough benchmark to actually catch up to.
Very tough.
Yeah, a high benchmark considering that they were the champions last year of BGIS, so makes a lot of sense, right? That is the highest possible benchmark ever you can ask for in a single tournament.
And it was led by Somraj as well. Somraj, S-Power, Equinox, a star-studded lineup. Winning that championship title, it's never easy. But we'll find out if these undergods can at least do a fraction of that in this one.
You've forgotten one player. Troy.
Yeah.
Or Toy.
Troy.
And also Sheik.
Alright, name the management guys as well.
No,
name the coaches, name the
I
substitutes,
I can't do that.
Name the players who were given tryouts but then were not included in the lineup. I see. I mean, you get the point, right? I'm not missing out anybody. Everyone's contributions are important, but nonetheless, ladies and gentlemen, it seems like Revenant Xspark, a little bit of spray down coming through. This is what I was talking about, Eggy Gaming. They were looking to rotate inside the circle, and Revenant Xspark were in a lovely position to counter that. But one spray, that was all that came in from RNTX and EG. They are on their move to the center of the circle.
Well, speaking of a potential move here, learn from past, they still have the compound. Fortunately for them, they can keep teams coming from the east side, which is great for the all. Aura needs to make an exit from the warehouse. Not exactly a great spot to be in. They are getting pinned as well. And technically, Aura is very close to inside the circle. They can still wait things out for those in those warehouses before they make the exit. But the problem is, if they wait for this entire circle to close in, that means every other spot is going to be filled. And maybe it's a good idea as well, considering that they need to start thinning the herd. But in this case, seems like we will see action here coming from FS inside the zone. As Eggy is pretty much caught out in the open. That's going to be no man's land for them. That's going to be the first knock through. Eggy losing their vehicles. They're pretty much stuck as well. Ralph, pretty much the last player left from the side of Eggy. Not a great position to be in, as FS has got them completely locked in. They even have an... Is that an explosive arrow? No, it's not. Okay.
Nah, man.
Kind of looked like one.
You know, unpopular opinion, but I love the sound of the AUG.
Yeah.
When it actually shoots up, you get that tingling feeling, almost as if it's magnet towards your opponent. But then we'll find out if that actually does happen. As of yet, there are so many teams at the periphery of the circle, everybody waiting for the opportunity to push inside. You can actually see that from the minimap as well. GLITCHxREBORN just holding down that line. You've got Revenant Xspark, even Team Aura, G4R in the same vicinity. Oishani Esports coming in from the backlines as well. Too many fights which can happen if the circle goes in for a hard shift. And I am all ready for it.
And Punk now, he's got a horse to work with. Haven't seen that for a while. But seems like the spray's coming in. Trey's got... Finds a couple connections through, but needs to get the knock in, but he gets retraded instead by Karan. And that's going to be a big knock there. Punk gets to pick him up. But Oishani is able to drive past this. But they need to go for more. Ghostface now going to be holding off another fight here. Goes for a reason, goes for a two-man push. Last player left, Ghostface, he needs to bait this out. Free Fires comes in, and that's going to be a wipeout here. Ghostface, defense against two players. What a defense.
Love that defense. Love his micro movement. Love the way he was constantly getting information from that TPP angle, just gatekeeping his own presence inside of the shack, and then found the right timing, peeked out, and shot him down. There was good defense coming in from Oishani, but then the three players were still alive. I guess they have a lot more job to be done. They can potentially capture that small little ridge on their north side, potentially moving inside the circle, but the presence of Aura Esports on their sidelines will cause so much trouble. And that is the dilemma that I guess Oishani Esports will have to deal with.
Well, nades are coming in, Ninja. He's pretty much lost his buggy, so he's going to be ligging his way through. He's going to try and creep up and wipe them before regrouping with the rest of the teams. Revenant Xspark, they're slowly moving inside the zone, but Ninja Jord, he's stranded right now. Needs some sort of backup, but rest of his teammates just does not have those angles to help him out right now. He says DZ, he needs a knock here. And Oishani, they're also very hesitant on what to do. Ninja Jord, the big nade comes through. That's going to be the knock. That might be the opener. He's going to look for those confirmations. Nades in through the shack. Does he find those confirmations? No, not yet. But Oishani, they have to be very careful here. But all this noise has attracted attention as Aura looking for the third party. And while this is happening as well, Learn from Past is going to be chiming in as well on Aura. But Ninja Jord gets another knock on Oishani.
He's so lucky that the AD has actually struck her right in time. Aren't really supposed to open up your scope, especially in such close quarters. The Ninja Jord just survives, is going to patch himself up, but will run out of all utility and healing utility as well. Now that is bad news. Oishani Esports, they are stuck in a corner with Aura Esports as well in their backlines.
Beautiful.
Ninja once again through the smoke. The predicament is there, the prediction is there, and of course, the shot connection is there beautifully. 4 eliminations on the board for this Lat 6 for Revenant Xspark, looking to clean this team up as well. But where are the rest of the players is going to be my question. They are still in the back lines. For Ninja, this is extremely risky, but he still finds a connection. He's going in for a clutch, and that is a 1v4 from Ninja Jord as he showcases why he was considered one of the best players in the country back in those days. And now as well, he just maintains that level of aggression.
My goodness, Ninja Jord just single-handedly dismantling all 4 players. And just like that, got out in the nick of time. Aura, they tried to capitalize on this, but they were too late to the party. And right now, they've got bigger fishes to fry, and that's going to be heading inside the zone. As learn from past. Gonna be playing on those compounds. Trying to hold them off. And while this is happening as well, let's take a look at what was happening on the west side. Metal Esports, they clean out altitude. And just like that, altitude, they're all out. 11 teams left, remaining 38 alive across the map. And Metal Esports, they have the high ground. They spot out Ryder, who's trying to make it inside the zone. They're barely at the edge as well on the west side of the zone. And FS Esports still holding on those compounds inside of it. They're also stuck. They hear all these gunshots, but they can't really push out here. But look at this. Every single team is scrambling for some sort of space. But let's take a look at the replay here from how it all began on the southeast corner. Ghostface dismantling gods for a reason.
Look at his movement here. Just moves out, jiggles, spots that head from that little window, knows exactly when he's going to peek out. And as soon as he charges in, moves in and goes in for that finish. That is lovely movement. You've got Trace. He's not falling behind. Always loves to compete with his own teammates, with his opposition as well. This time they will find the knock. The nade from Payne is going to get another one. Ralph from Team Eggy being the only one. Revenant Xspark. 9 eliminations for them. They are moving for more. They are still outside the circle, but it seems like they want to clear their backs before they proceed inside.
Yep, at the same time, Ralph was also picked up by FS Esports, so that is it for Eggy Gaming. Revenant Xspark, they got 1 point, and they're very happy about this. Repositions, realizes that this is not a good spot to push through as well. Zone forcing them out in the open, and even Ryder Esports has perfect angles to look at them. A lot of taps coming in, but the zone is about to move in 15 seconds. This is where things get very, very spicy. Ryder not out in zone. Metal not in zone. Four Wolves not in zone. GLITCHxREBORN not in zone. Learn from past. Aura, Revenant Xspark, they're still all stuck. The only 3 teams that has some sort of zone control is FS, Jux, and Versatile.
I think Jux has the best positioning inside of the circle. Better than everyone else so far. Lovely little compounds to actually hold. This time the Aura Esports are going to get stuck between a rock and a hard place. Ninja Jod is the one who is spraying them down, finds a connection. There's the hit marker over there. And I guess Learn from past from the backlines are going to feast on those finishes, because a little bit of tag team effort between Revenant Xspark and LEFP and Aura Esports are completely in the Dutches. Jackson is going to fall, the vehicle tumbles, and the team gets sent back packing in the lobby.
Oh, that's it for Aura Esports. They were pinned. But Ryder Esports, they have no choice but to push in as well. FS forced to defend. Baba Yaga first down. Skeleton Osu down. They get a trade onto his Doxy, but FS, they still can reset this. Sarvit looking to try and push out to get those confirmations, but they're getting shot from the back as well as Metal Esports heard all this commotion. FS tries to regroup, but a nade from Superman is good enough to clean out Ryder. And that is it for Ryder Esports. Bows out on 9th place. Final 8 teams remaining. Now from the perspective of VXT, a massive nade from GLITCHxREBORN takes down the 8th player. Turban gets traded off as well on the sides. Counter nades 1 for 1 though. Nobi still trying to keep things alive here, at least for Versatile. But all this knocks, guess what? Here comes the Wolves. They are hungry. And they're roaming around. Jax gets the first knock on Updeep. Shorty providing cover fire, finds the perfect angle, gets a couple shots in, but the Shorty gets taken out from the back. But it's good enough to help Fan OP clutch things out. Takes down 3. Last player left, and Baloo has the line of sight. Is out in open, and he gets spotted out. And that's going to be 4 Wolf that comes up on top.
GLITCHxREBORN, credit has to be given to them. That was a good fight, especially from that man. Fan OP came in from the back lines. That was a brilliant clutch as well. 4 Wolves beautifully positioning themselves for the chicken. They still have 3 more players alive. On towards the south side, you've got another fight happening on towards the western end of the circle as well. FS and Metal Esports duke it out as just 1 player. OP Fox, the last remaining survivor from Metal Esports, needs to take the onus of the team. Might just get some position points, because with 21 FS Esports, they are looking for more. Revenant Xspark can learn from past, might duke it out as well. They are in extreme close proximities of each other. As Ninja Jod gets finished off, Trace got falls as well, as Punk remains the only player who still survives, as the utility barrage from Learn from Past does so much damage. The IGL, can he keep his team alive, will be the question. 2 players from the backlines. They come in, they clean up, learn from past. They certainly have learned it from their past. and their present looks pretty darn nice.
Yep, nicely done here coming from Learn from Past. But at the same time as well, Revenant Xspark, they were just pinned. They just could not do anything. FS was taking shots on them. Learn from Past was pressuring them. They were pretty much stuck in a rock and hard place. Nothing much they could have done. But at the same time, again, like I said, FS, they've been holding the compound and even Medal on the far horizon still a little bit late to the zone. But now on screen, Max, they spot out Avnish. Gets a couple shot in onto his 4 Wolves. They're barely on the edge of the zone, and 4 Wolves is not exactly in zone. So this is the perfect time for Learn from Past to gatekeep them. Honey pushes forward to apply pressure as well, but they don't realize the dead player from Versatile is inside those shacks. They haven't showed themselves yet, but even Jux is going to be third-partying this. But the Nox goes towards Learn from Past, but confirmations, where is it? The zone is slowly bleeding them all out, and that is going to be 1 down, 2 down. Points gobbled up in by Jux Esports, and Versatile gets straight through as well as Honey takes him down. Versatile, only their player remains stuck in those shacks outside the zone. Learn from Past, they want to clean out all these backs here before they push through. 5 teams remaining, 13 left alive. Jux from inside the zone in prime position to clutch the chicken dinner, but Learn from Past, they want to push in. That player! What a shot, but he will bleed out his zone. He gets the knock through. Honey needs to be picked up. As you can see, Jux, they spot this out. But not able to find those knocks, though.
I'm not really sure if Jux Esports, they are well equipped. Amazing does not have a lot of ammunitions on him. 25/0. Medal Esports just pruning their way inside the final circle, just keeping himself alive. Playing for this position point. It's going to be interesting to find out, can he spoil the game for FS Esports? Not really. It's going to be Superman who spots him out. The punch comes through. And the knock is there. FS Esports, they've got 8 finishes. Learn from Past have 9. And Jux Esports, they have 3 themselves. It is a 4v4 with 3 situation, I see, with anybody taking the chicken home.
Exactly. But at the same time here, FS, amazing game from them. 8 finishes. Learn from Past, 9 for them as well. A lot on the line. And with the chicken dinner in play, that means there is going to be 10 points on top of whatever finishes they get. A massive lead for the leaderboard here. Maybe a little bit of recovery here for Jux. But FS, they spot out Learn from Past as they try to creep up closer. Sarvit goes for a couple of nades, but I don't think he's going to clip him as well. A couple of denial nades, while Jux is going to let them fight it out and hope to reap the rewards here. Patience coming in from Jux there as they slowly push out the compounds. Learn from Past, lack of cover. Jux having a solid compound to work with. But FS is the one is also going to be playing the waiting game. Amazing from Jux. Pushes out to try and get control. And Turnme as well is keeping them in check. This is going to be a 3-way showdown. And they're all just waiting for the initial knock.
Beautiful drone shot from up top. A triple threat in between the 3 teams. Learn from Past. They don't really have the best of covers, but they do have the height advantage. The nade, of course, was there, but Max, his maneuvers were pretty decent, to be honest. Nicely timed nade coming in from Sarvit as well. FS Esports, they are looking to find the opening. Meanwhile, I like the fact that Jux Esports, they're just holding down their compounds. They know that they at least have got the 2nd position because it's almost impossible for any of these teams to try and challenge them. They're left against each other. And Learn from Past, what is going to be their strategy? Do they find a flank with Turnme and his help, or do they try and straight up Grand Slam against them?
It's going to be tough here. The final zone ends on towards where Rush Boy is from Learn from Past. And currently they're smack middle of the zone, and Jux Esports, they're looking for an off angle, but look at this. Honey is intentionally left outside to create a safety cover here, as FS Esports is also going to be bombarding the center where Turnme is. And the problem is, they cannot afford to get knocked. They try to bait things out for Honey here, at least for Learn from Past. Well, Jux Esports, they finally decided to push out, but looks like we are going to see a Grand Slam. FS tries to go for a ride or die situation. They've lost Superman, and now even Rishi will fall and learn from past. They won't be able to hold on, but their HP is so low. That's the massive fight coming in. Jux Esports, they might look to try and push through. Sarvit creeping up on them as well as the counter nades from Jux comes through. Does it clip onto his completely missed, but Sarvit still last player left.
Wow.
He clutches it big time for a learn from pass. And just like that, only Rush Boy remains. And just like that, Jux, they were able to capitalize on this. They're 4 men alive and they will secure the chicken dinner. Just like that.
Absolute maniac in the final circle. I almost thought that Sarvit, especially with that clutch, is going to keep up the fight. But then, of course, in the end, it was Jux Esports whose compounds kind of did the trick over there. But then, didn't really make sense for FS Esports to actually push up, right? To go in with their vehicles and get their 2 players down.
They were just playing so patient as well. But the moment they went for that hoorah dive right there, which was great, but FS just could not reset, right? It was just a game of patience, a game of whoever pulls the trigger first, and the other team is looking to try and third-party this. And Jux just waited very, very patiently.
You know, in my opinion, especially when you have to do something like that, 2 players can go in vehicles, run circles around the opposition. Meanwhile, the 3rd player, it's very important to be in position with your lines of sight open and try and shoot them down. So it's almost like a bait-and-switch play. But then the last player, he was not in position, and I guess that is the reason why Superman fell and FS Esports just completely lost their opportunity. Yeah,
it was just a very unfortunate circumstances as well, considering that they actually committed in one direction and completely neglected Jux. And I feel like this 3-way stalemate was going on for so long to a point that they just got sick of it. You know what, let's just push. And then gave it towards Jux.
I mean, it's completely fine, man. Jux Esports, Anki was actually the one who predicted that this team is actually going to do pretty well. This chicken dinner kind of showed us that they do have potential. I mean, it's sticking together for so long actually is going to give them, is going to pay them dividends. Look at that. Superb. In a brilliant position, once again, just spray down all these teams. And the timing of the nades, the 3rd party, was brilliant. The nades came in right on the money, landed exactly where they wanted, and this is nothing that learned from past, nor FS Esports could have actually done over there.
Yeah, now I'm really curious here. Did Jux actually claim up some of those points? Because 2 points was down from the side of from learn from pass. FS was the one to get the knock first, but because Sarvit got finished off right in the scenario, 2 knocks on the side. So did Jux claim those points? No, they actually took out the last player and then just clutched the chicken dinner. So I think they only got 4 finishes and the chicken dinner in that game. So a little bit unfortunate, I would say.
Still fine. I mean, with
a chicken is still a chicken.
A chicken is still a chicken. And Jux Esports, again, we have to keep this in mind. I guess Miramar might be their biggest strength. We'll find out, of course, if that does happen, ladies and gentlemen. But, of course, one more map still remains tonight. So don't go anywhere. One more Miramar action where anything can happen is going to come at you right after this very short break.
Hello everyone and welcome back to BGIS 2026, the grind phase. And now we're down towards our one final game for today itself here for day 3. And of course, the start of Group C itself here in their final match for today in the map of Miramar. My name is Isaac Baby12 at your service. Joining with me is I Super Johnny as we take you through the commentary here on the English desk. And now, Super Johnny, did we expect Jux to pull a win like that?
Not really, based on how they've been playing so far in the day. I mean, but we saw the build-up. That's what I'm happy about. They were making corrections from game number 1. First of all, game number 1, game number 2, their positioning was incorrect, because of which they were getting taken out early. That got fixed in the third Erangel and the one after that. And of course, this Miramar as well. Those corrections result in Jux having a decent game. But apart from that, I think one more match. The goal for today should be to somehow make it into the top 8 and just stay there till the end.
Agreed. And speaking of goals here, for these guys watching at home, guess what? If you guys want to look cool, look swaggy, and look like your favorite TV action stars, it's time to get the PK Blinders stat as well, because Thomas Shelby and Arthur Shelby, their personas are in play here. You can actually check it out and go get it in game itself here, because and of course, if you have never heard of Peaky Blinders, which again, some of you may be living under a rock, it is an Emmy Award TV series, so you gotta watch it out. And
why
did you not watch?
Feel bad? I still haven't seen a single episode.
Really?
Yeah.
The audacity, Johnny.
I spent all of my time playing BGMI.
Okay, fair enough.
But anyways, talking about things that were not fair, it was the performance that Ninja Jot delivered in this game against everyone else. 6 finishes secured and an epic clutch moment as well.
Well, yeah, his 1v4 moments was just insane as well against Oishani. It was just complete slap down all by himself. And truth be told, Ninja Jot was put in a situation where he was stuck in a rock and a hard place, needed to back off, and his teammates could not provide the cover fires he needed. And that's why he actually pushed on the aggression, hoped to get lucky, but guess what? That luck actually transitioned to it even more points. So nicely done from Ninja Jot. Superb with 4 finishes in the back. We've got Honey from Learn From Past who's also doing really well in the situation. But let's take a look at the overall point standing. So yes, Jux, they did actually claim up those points coming from Learn From Past. And the Chicken Dinner will get themselves 60 points. Learn From Past, 11 finish points, 17 in total. Vasista Esports with 14 points in total. Revenant Xspark, well, not enough position points, but this is a small recovery coming from them.
I doubt they are getting double-digit position points today. Because they got 6... no, they do get double digits, because they got finished top 3 in one game and got finished second in one game. 12 position points, but 46 eliminations for Revenant Xspark. It's just incredible how aggressive this team is now, with Pain, Trace, Ninja being there. Then we have Vasista Esports on the second, followed by Gods for Reason. Learn From Past without a Chicken Dinner sitting on the 4th position. We have Versatile on the 5th, Rider Esports on the 6th, 4Volt 7th, and FS managing to hold on to that 8th spot, but the difference is not a lot.
You know, it's really interesting to see how Trace Scott was also part of the team where, in this case, especially for Revenant Xspark and prior to that, Wildfangs, known as the team with the highest amount of finishes but not a Chicken Dinner. And it took them so long until like last BMSD when they broke the curse and finally got a single Chicken Dinner under Sensei's leadership.
So, I have a habit of making people doubt in what is happening in front of them, right?
Okay.
That's my favorite hobby. And again, for all of us who are getting very hopeful about Revenant Xspark and the performance that they're having, let's not forget how their journey in the showdown began. It was the same way. They were destroying everyone else, and then out of nowhere, gone.
I think the biggest subset was that they all thought they qualified as well, the top 8, and then got a little bit lax. And then by the time they realized it was too late, they dropped the ball in the last game as well.
It's the classic story of celebrating too early. Never celebrate too early.
Because at that time, the expected cutoff was 82 to 91 points.
Yeah.
And 97 points wasn't good enough. And I was like... And I still remember that scenario as well. There's still 5 more matches to go, and they were already... quote-unquote qualification point. Quote-unquote. So it was very awkward
It
to
was
see that,
awkward,
but
yeah.
damn, that's gotta hurt.
It does hurt, and those are situations where you can't even do anything, because at that point their matches were done. But right now they have matches left. With the number of points they have, 58 in a single day, I think if they can push past 65, get close to 70, then today is going to be a successful day. Because we had this conversation yesterday that what we're expecting the cutoff for the top 8 at the end of grind for all of these groups, because every group plays 24 matches. it is going to be somewhere about 130, 140, right?
Yeah, it's somewhere around there as well. I expect it was 24 matches here. Considering that they are still looking to pull the lead, nobody is safe yet, so anything can happen. Pulling the lead or, well, get left out.
Exactly. But with that being said, one more match remains for the day. The last match of Miramar. Here we go.
Well. One final game to decide the trend here for Group C itself. Match 6 for today is on its way, and we are going to be heading in towards the map of Miramar right here, right now. It seems like the flight path is going to be traversing a little bit on the southeast corner, so it's not really that far off, but it is kind of skewed in towards the southwest corner. So it's a little bit far off here for teams which are going to be heading to the northeast corner. We saw major drop clashes in Picado right from the get-go. And is this going to happen again between Versatile and also Revenant Xspark is going to be my question here. But as you can see, we do see I have a little bit of early drops here from Ryder, from Glitch as well. But the major drop clash I'm looking forward here is going to be Revenant Xspark. Seems like they have dropped, hit their ways into Picado, and I think that's Vasista Esports going to be hitting there. Or is it Versatile? I think it's going to be a second drop clash again here for Picado.
I think there might be, and it is going to be an intense one for sure. Revenant Xspark also dropping towards the southeastern edge of the city. Okay. They are going to get there early and take control of the city. All right, it seems like everyone else just glides through.
Okay, it's not Versatile, it's Vasista Esports, but I think they're dropping Picado again. Like,
are they? No, they...
Yep, it's round 2. It's round 2, baby. It's round 2.
I mean, it was so on top of each other. We didn't even see them on the radar, but Revenant Xspark, Trace, extremely low. Ninja already dropped. Trace is still looking for the trade, but he gets traded out instead. And Vasista, they have the upper hand or not anymore. What just happened, Pain? Well, it seems like this is the same Pain you saw in Naruto, man. He's making Vasista Esports feel the hurt.
Oh my goodness, Pain, he actually hit this headshot as well. He was down so low, he didn't even have a helmet. Any bullet would have taken him out. But this is 2-0, ladies and gentlemen, 2-0. Revenant Xspark, 2-0's Vasista back-to-back in Picado. Get out of here.
Well, I mean, Revenant Xspark, oh goodness. I think if it comes down to just fighting each other, Revenant Xspark, they are unbeatable, but yeah, that just happened. Radhan is going to be feeling bad, and I think entirety of Metal Esports are going to be feeling bad about what is going on with them today.
Yeah, that's another drop. Well, not really a drop clash here. There's a little bit of skirmish coming from Metal. But like you said, Pradhan pretty much taken out. Same can be said for Revenant Xspark as well. The initial drop clash actually lost one player. I think that was Ninja Jaw that actually gets taken out this game. So they still have a little bit more players to work with, but Revenant Xspark is going to be A-OK. But right from the get-go, Vasista Esports back-to-back takeouts in the map of Miramar. A complete shutdown. And you know what?
Yeah.
Just to jog you guys' memory, for those of you guys who's watching as well, once upon a time, in Picado, Hyderabad Hydras is going to be there. And I can't wait for the same roster, from that roster, to be playing this with Revenant Xspark.
Yeah, man, it's going to be fun.
And maybe Vasista.
I mean, there are a few other names that like to go towards Picado. They are, of course, in Group B and Group A. So it's going to be fun when all of these teams, I hope all of them make it towards at least the semi-finals, because that is where we see them interact with each other. But it's going to be fun when they are all in the same lobby of Miramar. And I would want everyone's egos at that time to be stroked to the max so that no one wants to give up Picado.
Hey, there's the saying, man. Never give up, never back
down.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's my favorite movie.
But speaking of situations like this as well, who's going to back down now? 2-0 Revenant Xspark right now.
Yeah, Revenant Xspark ain't backing down for sure. And I mean, it works out in their favor because they just took out the team that was chasing them on the overall leaderboard as well. So now they can easily hold on to the first position. But hey, we were talking about Revenant Xspark getting to that 70-point marker, basically doing half the work today and then the rest of the half tomorrow. They are at 62. They just need 8 points from this game and then they can relax.
Yeah, I think Revenant Xspark did really well in the previous Miramar game as well. Ninja Jot was one of the biggest stars of highlight from that game as well. It's been a while since I've seen Ninja Jot perform at this level, especially from last year, considering that he does have an MVP track record over the years, at least 2 years back. Last year was just a complete slowdown for him. But
Yeah.
to see him back in action, it feels nice.
It definitely does. Although, I think so far it's just been about aggression from Revenant Xspark. And while this is just the start of the grind, so for a team of this caliber, it was bound to be easy. It's the same story as Phoenix Esports. This should be easy. I want them to be able to convert games once they move to the later stage of the tournament, and I want them to put it on display right here in the grind itself. Their ability to close out matches with chicken dinners.
Yeah, that's going to be very important, right? Like,
Yes.
that's going to be the goal for Revenant Xspark. It's always been the goal for Revenant Xspark and Wildfangs, especially the entire year last year itself.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, it's a slightly different lineup now, but it's only Trey Scott that remains right now for Revenant Xspark. So I'd say right now, Trey Scott is bearing that curse right now.
I don't think so. I think it was never a curse. I mean, even back in the Wildfangs days, we knew, I mean, this was the player getting all of those finishes for his team single-handedly. So he was the one responsible for basically half of the firepower that Wildfangs had, half of the firepower that Revenant Xspark had once they moved to Revenant Xspark. And after that, I think the whole point of that rebuild was to build a team around Trey Scott. And I don't know how many people are gonna agree with me on this. This could be a hot take over here that gets me in some trouble, but they could not have found a better IGL than Punk. The reason being, there was a time where Punk used to play in a lineup led by Sensei, and back then Punk's main role was to be the team star assaulter. He was the frontliner for the team. So this is the IGL that can hold his ground whenever needed. And would you look at that? This is what I was talking about at the start of the day with Salty. The movement, the precision from Pain, it's too clean, man. There are no readjustment. He's so clean. I don't think I think it's just intuition. This is second nature to him. He just does it like, all right, this is just another day in the office.
This has actually happened to him as well in the Erangel map, with the first map of Erangel for today itself, in the swimming pools in school area itself here.
I know,
it
learn
was
from
very,
past.
very clean, right? Like, it was against learn
from past. Learn from past.
It was a 1v3. He almost got the fourth one as well. So very clean, very technical, very precise on his mechanics as well. And I'm very happy. Like, I thought, Salty might be just, over-exaggerating, but sometimes you gotta see it to believe it. And Pain has been somewhat consistent today, so it's really nice to watch how Revenant Xspark has a very revamped roster today, this year itself.
Kudos to Explicit for finding this talent, man. I mean, kudos to the coach of Revenant Xspark. He's Explicit himself is like a brilliant mastermind. He's been responsible for a lot that the roster was, well, kind of able to accomplish every now and then, even when the improvement was there. And he took the responsibility for when things weren't going well for the team as well. Took all of that blame upon himself. But again, scouting players, it's a different deal. And scouting players from ranked lobbies is like different.
For all things considered, based on last year's performance from Revenant Xspark and their entire journey itself, I'm just going to put it with a little bit of pinch of salt there. Like, I don't want to keep my hopes up, but I'm liking what I see. I wouldn't lie, I'm liking what I see.
Yeah, but like, enough about Revenant Xspark. We can go about them for days. Let's talk about the zone instead, because, well, Monte Nuevo, Metal Esports getting to the circle early, although there's a cluster already forming inside of the circle. You see Metal Esports towards north. Altitude is there. South, you have FS, then Jux, VXT. Did they start from El Pozo again?
Yeah, actually. They actually swung out all the way from El Pozo and actually drove by into El Pozo. Wasn't really paying attention to that just because there was so much action with Picado. I was expecting another drop clash as well, but seems like it's only been one down, and that's going to be Vasista Esports out of the equation. Circle is going to be closing up all the way towards Monte Nuevo, so this is going to be, again, a difficult circle to play with, but a majority of this playing field going to be centered on the south side here, where FS is, Ryder is playing, even Revenant Xspark is playing as well. Those are going to be the majority of this playing field. But the tricky situation here is that this is no longer a 50-50 coin flip. This is a four-way unpredictable circle that can swing either north, west, or east, or maybe even south as well, just because of this crossroads.
Yeah, pretty much. And I think everyone right now just assumes that that is where the zone will shift next, towards the southeastern quadrant of the play zone, of the current play zone, in fact. And it's just Versatile that are there in the northwestern quadrant.
Well, we've seen circle scams before. Like yesterday, we saw so many.
I want this one to be one.
Where? West side?
Northwest. Where
Northwest?
VXT is, because there's absolutely no one there. It's just one team in the northwestern quadrant. And if that happens, imagine the wave that will be moving in that direction. There's going to be so many mid-rotation clashes.
I won't deny, but I think VXT will be the first team to get taken out. Because why? Because those spots are not great for holding.
Yeah, I agree with you on that. I think a better position would be to just move west of where they are, move up the hill, get to a high ground. And I think GLITCHREBORN might just be forced into that spot, because the hill they are climbing right now is under the control of Jux Esports. You see Rebu in one angle, Amazing on the other side, holding an off angle on the other hill. And GLITCHREBORN can be caught off guard. Rebu goes prone. He's a level 1 armor, so this is not going to be enough. Shorty moves up, shots whiffed, and yeah, Rebu could be done for you.
Okay, that's a little bit of mistakes here. Gave away the element of surprise, but does force out Nades to try and clear him out. Jux forced to reposition there. And Rebu may have made a little bit of mistake there, but has to give away control from his team. They are pretty spread out in this western shorelines, or in this case, the western hemisphere of this circle itself. Meanwhile, GLITCHxREBORN, they're also a little bit hesitant to push up, so it is going to take a little bit of time for them to clear those angles before they actually push through the next phase of zone. But speaking of next phase of zone, 5 seconds left, stage 3 is going to be on its way, and this is where the big review happens. Is this going to be another scam circle? Okay, come on, Johnny. Come on. It does push up north, so every single team is heading in those VXT's direction now.
Yeah, I mean, it is going to be amazing. I should have asked for that Porsche earlier. But anyways, VXT, now let's see. We both agreed that VXT is going to be in trouble and they could be eliminated. And with Aura moving in from the northern side and Learn from Pass sitting up east, there is going to be a sandwich situation developing for Team Versatile. In the meanwhile, though, the run-in against Jux for GLITCHREBORN continues, and it does not start off in a great manner. Shorty picks off Superb. The trade does come through as Jax was there for the recovery, for the backup, but Rebu, he's moving in. He's been spotted out by Jax, but I don't think so. It is not advisable for Jux to actually move in right now. Now they can. Since Turban has been taken out, the third party comes through from FS Esports.
Yep. Speaking of which, FS continues to pummel onto his GLITCHxREBORN. They're right at the edge onto his Monte Nuevo as well. It's inside zone, but they're all stuck in urban warfare. FS, they go in for a couple of poke. They got a couple of knocks in. Now takes the advantage to cross over inside the zone. And guess what? They safely drive by. But the question here is the rest of the pack already installed here? Because Superman is pretty much left behind all the way far back. Meanwhile, further down south here is still outside the zone. It's going to be Oishani and also Gods for a reason. Now, Oishani, they're trying to bail off here. Gods for a reason heard all these commotions, are nading them away, but can't seem to find an opener themselves. And as you can see, Hexe is very afraid of where Oishani may be looking at on the other side. Seems like he scouts a small little bean right there and doesn't want to try and re-engage this. It's just wasting too much time.
Yeah.
And wants to try and reposition now as the zone is about to close in. It's like 1 minute left, still a lot of time. But again, based on where they're currently in, it's a lot, not enough time actually.
For sure. I think Gods for a reason, they have two options. Either wrap this fight early or just straight up evade and move out of here. But I think they're going to try and secure these finishes. They realize they have the numbers advantage. They're going to force Harkaran to just, well, get finished off. His teammate just leaves him behind and runs for his dear life. Oishani, they aren't having a great day today. 5 matches, they've just been able to secure 12 points. And even this game of Miramar is not looking too good for them. Gods for a reason, though. I mean, an incredible performance today, I have to say. This is a team that is that surprise that we did not expect. A pleasant one, too. But a conflict of interest for GLITCHREBORN. Which team to fight? FS or Jux, but they did lose players. They're still surviving. I believe 3 players are still left for GLITCHREBORN.
Well, speaking of GLITCHxREBORN, that is going to be them trying to get out of those urban warfares. But right now, Oishani still barely finds a little bit of spot to work with on the circle itself. But seems like, oh my goodness, Circle is still divided between 4, but a majority heads onto his Versatile's place. But Versatile, they repositioned, and they actually still held on to mountain terrains, and they're going to be okay. But look at this. Teams from West, Aura, Learn from Past, from Revenant Xspark as well, they're surrounded.
Exactly. I mean, it is going to cause a lot of trouble for the side of Versatile, but at least they have that hill to work with, which gives them a lot of vision from the top to the fields down below. But I want to say that you see where altitude is, right? Just west of them, there's this small little ridge. If they have vehicles, it can be converted into a cover from where they can play the end game, because those crossroads, they're going to be cluttered up, and no one is going to be able to survive that cluster. From the northwestern side, where VXT, Revenant Xspark, Aura, and 4 Wolves are, it's going to be the similar situation. But outside the zone right now, Tamilan being put under pressure as they get spotted out by Learn from Past and Eggy Gaming. Eggy, I believe, are they down to the last one? No, it's the entire roster rotating together, and well, Tamilan, they just run into a trap. Oxen gets knocked out instantly.
Yeah, Oxen was trying to scout out for a better rotation here, gets caught up instead. Now the rest of Tamilan is going to be committing to this fight here. Eggy Gaming scouts this out, but Troy, do they go in for the push? Is going to be the question. It seems like they are going to skip this. They've seen Learn from Past coming from a different direction themselves. It seems like they are going to try to make a drive-by. And it seems like they will be able to sneak past them as well. So Learn from Past may look to try and give chase here. Tamilan Esports has been pushed into a very tricky rotation through the open fields, and somehow they're going to be A-OK, but they need to find the next pit stop here. It seems like they're getting funneled in towards Revenant Xspark as well. But for now, let's take a look at a different perspective here. It's going to be Meadow going up against Ryder, who's still in the outskirts of the circle in the southeast corner. But this is a couple of stragglers looking for payback, as Metal Esports with 2 players and lucky to new form Ryder having a solo matchup of 1v2 situation inside this small little shack. Or this compound, not really a small shack.
Aura Gaming put under pressure. Finally, 4 Wolves make the move. Shots being fired, nades being lobbed. No knocks from either side yet. But Balu, that's an interesting angle to work with. He can force and draw the attention of a few players of Aura Gaming towards himself. And as soon as the nade goes out, 4 Wolves, they're losing a lot of their HP bars. They're still looking for that opener. Aura Gaming, if the fight begins right now, will have the upper hand. But on that finish feed, Learn from Past and Eggy Gaming, that conflict, it does come to fruition. Both the teams losing bodies, and I believe Learn from Past not on the right side of that fight. But Aura Gaming, their bodies start to hit the floor, and 4 Wolves, they find themselves in advantage. Bal does not have HP to work with. Swings left and right, takes down one more. And now, before he can clean up, he gets finished off. Aura somehow barely managed to survive, although the finishes do get picked up. They still have 2 more players left, but there's going to be a third party now from VXT.
Oh my goodness, we thought VXT were going to get completely shut down, but they were the reasons why every single team were clustered up into this compound. And this time, they are going to look to reap up those rewards here. VXT may have looked to almost have a very bad start, but we're controlling those compounds really well, forcing every single team in. Now they are going to try and clean up everybody else inside. Now Shockwave first down as well, and only 1 remains as they try to flush him out. Shuyan dropped down pretty low. Shinobi going to be pushing up as well. As you can see, Jackson now stuck on top as well. They found Shockwave, stuck in the corner, has to bandage his way up. A lot of utilities being dropped in. There's only so much space and things he can do. Smokes are there now. He gets the first pop. That's the first knock through. Can he get the second? The sprays are coming in. Doesn't find the second here. He's dropping pretty low, but eventually gets taken out. And VXT cleans him out as Versatile is able to clean out not just 1, but 2 teams off the northern region. But as soon as they clean out 1 team, another comes to say hello. And that's going to be Revenant Xspark. And Punk drove by, took a peek, and decided, you know what, it's not worth it.
Yeah, I think he heard all of that noise and just was expecting that, all right, maybe there are going to be a few loose stragglers remaining. But not really. The entirety of VXT is quite healthy and ready to fight it out. So Punk falls back with Trace. They have at least, I think they have 1 building to work with. I don't know for how long they will survive, because that is exactly where VXT will choose to slam. It's a good spot inside of the play zone right now, and it keeps you safe up until stage 7, I believe. On the other end of things, Altitude versus Eggy Gaming is happening, where Eggy himself has been knocked out and he just has Ralph OG to help him out. Just a 2v3 situation against the players of Altitude. Not really much you can do over here. I think Team Eggy, they're going to have to bite the dust. They're going to get finished off.
Now, speaking of which here, Altitude, they are going to be needing to wrap things up a little bit quicker here as well. And they themselves have some sort of elevation to work with from the east side. But the biggest threat here is going to be VXT later on, who still has somewhat of a high ground on top here. You can see he gets peeks through everything. Ralph forced to play the ditches on the sides, full prone all the way through, and Ralph cannot afford to peek at all.
Was that Superman who got a knock against VXT? I think so. That was a 300-meter spray, by the way.
That's a very far away shot.
That's
it.
That was from close to the southern edge, close to the southwestern edge, the city of Monte Nuevo, all the way towards the northern Monte Nuevo hill.
That's almost 400.
Yeah, almost 400 meters. Like, what?
That's an insane shot. It's been a while since we've had stats for max distance shots so far.
Was it? Did he? Who did he knock out? I saw that name pop up on the feed.
Well, we've got to move on for now, because it seems like they will be able to get the resets here. But Altitude, Gods getting picked off here. Gods for a reason. Seems like, again, they are the reason why Gods fall. So they are the true Gods. As Altitude losing 2 players. Hitman now needs to be picked up here. He was the loose striker behind Hexel, looking for the saves. Can he go for the save? Seems like they do have a small little buggy formation, but he's going to be caught out in the open. The taps are there. Altitude from Manas. From afar, tries to get a couple jabs in. But they will be A-OK. But the circle seems to be shifting in towards the crossroads between the west and the east side in the northern hemisphere. Revenant Xspark, they're going to be A-OK. They're going to be expecting contact from Versatile very, very soon. Yeah. Ralph is also in an OK position all by himself. But again, he's all by himself. So Altitude may look to try and crash him here. But look at this, Versatile, they finally go in for the slam.
Yeah, they finally charge towards the players of Revenant Xspark, and this time it's going to be Punk who kicks things off in a brilliant manner. Shreyan knocked out, and VXT, they're going to be forced to readjust. Well, no options given. The player instantly gets picked off now. Newbie and Dead player, they're going to have to deal with this pressure at point-blank range, wait for their teammate to close in. They still have the numbers working for them. The only problem is if you get to the rooftop, then you're quite exposed, but what a nade coming through from Newbie. Picks off Trace, swings the advantage completely in the favor of Team Versatile and takes down Punk as he was hiding inside that smoke. Brilliantly done. 5 eliminations secured by Team Versatile. But as we were having a look at that map, I really wanted to say this because we pointed it out a few moments ago. The hill in control of Altitude Esports. They could have gotten there early. Well, they finally get to that high ground advantage, but that is also going to be a priority position for Gods for a reason. Those 2 teams present towards the eastern side, they have to fight it out for the control of that high ground. Whoever wins will have the potential of winning this game.
Yeah, now with Oishani coming in play as well, VXT pretty much going to be playing on defense. Circle is going to be in their favor. Oishani and VXT going to be sharing compound. Circle is going to be closing in, a lot of time left, so they have to take their own sweet time. But Nate God with a massive nade gets a knock through. 3v3 now. Seems like Versatile, they are definitely feeling themselves. They are going to continue with the pummels. They've got a lot of nades. They want to try and stock up a little bit more as well. Joby feeling very good about himself this game.
Oh, VXT, got to be cautious. Oishani, they've been struggling throughout the day, so they don't really have the confidence to take this fight. And we see that Ghostface instantly losing a big chunk of his HP. Dizzy, what are you doing? Your teammate just got finished off right behind your head, and he wasn't even paying attention. Gives up the revive as well. VXT, they have the upper hand, and I think Dizzy is going to be a little bit dizzy after this one because his teammates are going to say a lot of things to him. There it is, the elimination, the confirmation. 8 eliminations for Versatile.
Big game here for Versatile, and 4 teams remain in this final few circles here. Tap fires coming from FS Esports here. Like I said, Superman has been tapping away, but again, not enough points here. FS Esports has caused so much problems for every single team, but we're down towards the final 4 teams. And Rishi now, he will have a little bit of an outpost angle to work with. But Beast OG, okay. We do see an explosive ball all the way towards the end game circle. Beast OG, really poking away at Altitude, hoping to get lucky shots in. but no connection so far. Oh, he's trying to tap the shack there. He thinks there's going to be people there, but Altitude, it just completely abandoned the shack. Those explosive bolts are starting to get a little bit annoying here, at least for Altitude. And look at this, BC is just continuing to shoot their way through, hoping to get lucky.
Yeah, but they have to realize that they will run out of ammunition if they keep doing this. Still trying to spot out the players of VXT because that's the angle available to them. And Gods for... I don't... Yeah.
He's down to his last 5 arrows.
But yeah, I don't think he's going to be able to connect from this distance. It's too far.
Yeah, he has a right idea. You know, fortunately, he's put Altitude in a spot where the shack is no longer viable.
I mean, with the arrow, if you keep shooting these arrows, then it is viable. Oh, but yeah, see, weapons, guns are better. They instantly find that knock onto Manus. And now, 2 versus 4, Gods for a reason. They have the upper hand in this fight. And with how this team has been playing for them, it is going to be a very easy cleanup against Altitude. First of all, Altitude does not have the numbers. Then they don't have time as well anymore. They're going to be forced to run out into the open. Sporta is going to be the man leading the charge. He's going to get knocked out in the next few seconds. Manus has gotten a revive, but I don't think there is escape available for Altitude anymore.
Yep, Altitude is going to bail out of this here. Gods for a reason forces them out, and Altitude, they actually get the reset here. They do get center control, and Sportar is able to reset here. Gods for a reason let this completely slip by as they reposition to play south corner of the zone, while Altitude plays northeast. Meanwhile, Versatile playing on the west side, and FS Esports getting control on the south side.
I think I can predict the next play from the side of Gods for a reason. They're going to go up north and chase down Altitude. 2 options, either go up north, chase down Altitude, or pick off FS first. Because right now, FS stands a very high chance of winning this game with a chicken dinner. Oh! What a spray! Doxy, my oh my.
What a shot from Doxy, and just like that, now Gods for a reason, they have very minimal options to work with as well. Doxy pre-firing those headshot levels. Seems like Gods for a reason, they are still having a lot of time and space. They're still inside the zone. This is stage 7. It is going to come down towards the final zone as well. And of course, FS Esports having those compounds means that they will be able to dictate the pace on however they want to approach this. Unless somebody goes in for a slam onto his FS Esports, they should be fine. Doxy gets spotted out by Spirit. Forces him to reset, but again, a lot of time to work with here, Johnny. A lot of time. Too much time, actually, in stage 8.
Yeah. Let's see, I mean, even though they have time, they're losing players. There's pressure building from either of these sides, from one FS, from the other Altitude. So they're going to have to make some quick decisions. 1 player knocked out, need to go for a revive onto Beast OG. Altitude, in the meanwhile, do relieve some of the pressure picking off. I think they got a knock secured against the players of VXT, converted into a finish, actually. So they are making sure that Versatile is going to be in some trouble at least. But VXT, Altitude, and FS, 3 teams inside of the zone. Gods for a reason. They're going to be pressured by the blue. Hitman gets up to his feet, and they need to run for their lives. There's too much damage from the blue right now. He gets knocked out. Beast OG is going to be the next man that falls, also to the play zone, blue zone itself. Now there is just Hexy remaining. And I think Gods for a reason, they're done for. This just stayed back towards that southeastern edge for way too long, resulting in other teams getting an opportunity to just sandwich them between the shots coming in from one side and the blue zone in their back.
Oh, sprays comes in from Clouds. Gets the connection. Gods for a raid. They're falling like flies here. The zone is creeping in. They're losing bodies as well. Altitude. Slowly but surely cleaning them out. And FS Esports, they've set their sights on towards VXT. Nobi has to reset here with the zone closing in as well. They have to make a move soon. Seems like the cars are in order. And they are going to make a move. Spirit crawls into the next phase of the southeast corner. But he is surrounded. Altitude can't really pursue this push. But it seems like Altitude might be the ones to have the chicken here. As the circle will force everyone from FS and Versatile to push out of this.
Well, let's see who closes out the chicken dinner, though, because FS, 1 player knocked out. Altitude is building up pressure from one side, and VXT from the other with those nades. Nubi is going to make sure that FS stays on their toes. And now this is, as you said, the final blue zone collapse. So everyone's going to make their run towards the center. It's completely exposed. FS at least have the numbers to work with over here. Utility, we don't really know. I mean, they've lobbed a lot and exchanged a lot against the players of VXT.
Altitude gonna try and hunker down even center as well, because now both Versatile and FS, they have to cross the road, and Altitude's got them completely locked down. Starving from FS makes the first move, and now the sprays come through. Clouds gets tagged up, they get a couple trades through, and VXT has been laying low here, but look at this, Altitude, they have to cross as well. Oh no, they're bleeding out in the zone, but Nas not going to be able to push out of this. And it seems like the zone out in the open forces Altitude out in the open. And like you said, maybe, just maybe, FS is going to be able to clutch things out.
Yeah, they have the numbers to work with. They have a lot of numbers to work with. And, well, now it's just down to the last man surviving from the side of VXT. A 1v3 awaits for him. He tries to go for a knock, but then again, as we said, numbers stacked against him, and FS Esports finally are able to close out this match with a chicken dinner. It was an extended endgame fight, and FS, they were lying in wait from the start till the very end. They held to that compound for a very long time. I think up until the top 5 teams were left, they only had like one finish to them.
Exactly, but at the same time as well, it's so hard to predict who's going to win that as well. For a second, I thought, yeah, FS was going to win that for sure. And then from the other end, wait, Altitude has center control because the endgame circle is going to force FS out in the open. But eventually, it came down towards the last final moments where what little cover of Altitude had on top of the high ground forced them out, and that's the reason why FS was able to outlast them here. So very, very RNG based, but nicely done from FS.
I mean, I don't think it was RNG. I think FS was just set up for success because Altitude also had VXT, who had a very good line of fire, because there was a long exchange between the two sides. I was surprised that Gods for Reason did not make a proactive play in the end game, because we were talking about this. Had they gone for Altitude Esports, they could have actually changed positions with them, eliminating Altitude Esports, because that was a 3v4 that they would have run in. And they already had an upper hand to begin with when they forced, I think Spirit was the man to escape with Manas knocked out in the backlines. This should have pressured Altitude back then. But Gods for Reason, they have had a pretty incredible day, so who cares if it was just one bad game for them.
Exactly, but here, they got 2 knocks on the FS as well. It's just the cover was the reason why the things couldn't happen as well. Nobi was able to pick up Spirit, but eventually, you know, one-way 3 situations, they had the numbers. VXT, they did as well as we expected them to do. Truth be told, I thought they were going to be one of the first teams to get taken out, but for them to outlast everybody else into the top 2, well done, VXT.
Yeah,
well done.
Well done.
Well done.
I mean, they were struggling for a long time. If you remember that fight towards El Pozo,
Yep.
where Aura was there, there was 4 Wolves were present there as well. That timing of the third party was so good.
Yep.
After 4 Wolves eliminated Revenant Xspark in the same position, in the same compound. And I think VXT, just, timing of everything was very well played out. But again, I think the performances from VXT came in the later half of the day, in the last 3 matches. I was expecting a strong start, but I think as long as you're in the top 8, don't feel any pressure. Just maintain that top 8 position, move to round 3, and you're good to go.
Yeah, I think they did really, really well in this game as well. I think VXT, we may have underestimated them, but they do have the basic foundations of holding angles as well. Because when they held the compound, I was expecting a majority of teams to try and attack them, but everybody dodged them. So there was a good hold coming from them, and they actually set up themselves in towards this scenario where they had a bigger success as well. Yes, everybody else was colliding on the south side. Sure, we know. But I thought for a second that everybody's going to swing there. But no, it did not happen.
Yeah, I think both of us were expecting everyone to collapse at the same time, but everyone just went one by one. On the other side of things, I think Vasista Esports need to figure out where to have their alternate drop on Miramar, because as we spoke about it, 2-0 against Revenant Xspark. And that's the main competition in this lobby.
Agreed. And Revenant Xspark as well is also being able to redeem themselves a little bit here with this current roster as well. We saw Punk IGLing as well. We saw a couple of weird moments as well, but you can see that they are evolving. The way they've been rotating has been slightly different almost every single game, and I'm liking what I see coming from Revenant Xspark, and they should be still retaining the #1 spot here. But FS Esports with this chicken dinner gives them a little bit of chance to bounce back into towards the top 8 as well. So that's going to be something I'm looking forward to. Nobi from VXT is going to be the MVP from this match because he has single-handedly dismantled both Trace and also Punk in that push as well, knowing precisely where they were in that scenario.
Oh yeah, that was an incredible play. I mean, the nading skills, the confidence to just jump shot and spam that smoke, picking off Punk. It was nice to watch, but amongst the list of top players, we also have Clouds from Altitude Esports and Ralph OG from Eggy Gaming, followed by Nade from Team Versatile as well. Rankings of this match, we have FS leading the charge with 15, tied up with Team VXT with 15 points as well, Altitude with 10, Eggy Gaming with 9, Gods for Reason with 8, GLITCHREBORN with 6, Revenant Xspark with 5, Aura Gaming with 4 points.
Huh, Revenant Xspark. I was expecting a little bit more coming from them. It was like 5 finishes, but okay, makes a lot of sense here. But still, there wasn't a very big vacuum of finishes being drawn out by the top team here. So it's pretty kind of balanced out between 7 teams, I'd say. Revenant Xspark is 5, GLITCHxREBORN is 6. We've got a lot as well. But let's take a look at the overall standings, because right now, after 6 matches in total, Revenant Xspark still retains the #1 spot and the only team without a chicken dinner that holds that spot.
Yeah, I mean, it is an incredible start to the day that has helped them succeed in doing so. Because you look at that, 12 placement points in 6 matches. That means they're doing 2 placement points per game. But 51 eliminations. Absolutely amazing with how this team has played. And also Vasista Esports, them being able to keep Revenant Xspark in check after just completely bombing that rondo earlier on in the day is also quite exciting to witness.
Yeah, we kind of had expectations for both Revenant Xspark and Vasista Esports, and I'm really liking that they're still top 2. But like you said as well, how did Vasista Esports lose 2 games of Miramar and still retaining #2?
It's those Wrangles, man. I mean, they were very consistent on the Wrangles and on Rondo as well. They did not get a lot of placement points, but they had, I believe, 13 to 14 eliminations. So it's that fragging potential that is there in the roster of Vasista Esports that can help them topple over Revenant Xspark tomorrow. Who knows? I mean, it's not like it's just Revenant Xspark that has young prodigies. It's Vasista as well. We talked about Samuel. We talked about Beast being there.
Yeah, there was a lot of questions here, especially for some teams as well. We do see adaptations as well. I think Eggy was one of my biggest letdown in today's performance here. I thought they were going to be doing okay. Yeah. First few games was a little bit sloppy. We saw adjustments as well. But still, they just couldn't close out games. So I'm hoping to see more for them.
Hey, but the biggest surprise has to be Gods for a Reason, who's sitting there on the podium with an incredible run throughout the day. I want to see what adaptations are going to be made tomorrow from their side. And of course, Team Versatile, another big name. The org that defends the title for BGIS. Well, can they move to the podium now?
Well, we shall see. But for now, we are going to be closing up the day itself here for Group C. We hope you guys have been enjoying Group C as well, as we take a little bit of change of pace to swap out the groups. But they will be back again tomorrow. So be sure to come back again tomorrow. And we are going to be continuing more matches here. But for now, my name is ICBaby12, and he is iSuper Johnny. See you guys tomorrow. Bye-bye. Good night.